Mm-hmm. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make they carve the mold. The mold of
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse. Where have I been? I don't even know what. It's crazy. I forget how to do YouTube. You're a master of fun and wonder. You're viceroy of verisimilitude. You're sommelier of sci-fi and cinema. You're archbishop of Banterbury. You're evangelist of the imagination. And, of course, the still undefined existential Mr. Rogers. That's right, me, Robert Meyer Burnett. And I am Robcasting at you from the new Robservatory, which the desk is here, the equipment is here, things are in place. Not all of it is. Not all of it is. And we are back with Midnight Musings episode number 8. But it is not a Midnight Musings without my cohorts, the great Mmmm and Lael Rockwell. Welcome, kids. It is so good to have you back. I can't believe it. I've missed you. I feel like I've been on spring break, or I've been like on summer break. I haven't seen anyone. I haven't streamed with Lael and Justin and Will Foxification and Brendan, and I haven't done anything with anybody except on the John Campea show. I've been gone. But you know what? I'm back, baby. I'm as you say, Lael.
Good to have you back.
I'm smooth and I'm ready to come back to YouTube, and we're gonna be streaming every day.
Yeah, let's go.
And so, you know, and I have to tell you, I've missed our erudite discussions, and I figured I'd come back and, I was not there for Figure Flex Friday, but let me just flex for a minute. I've been looking for this figure for a long time. I mean, my friend Owen in the UK, this was one of 30 custom figures that were made. I've been looking for this for a long time. Of course, as you know, I got it. I finally got it. Everything about this figure is impeccably made. It's number 1 of 30. Oh my God! And as you both know, I am building a 6th scale supergroup. And Prince is going to be the front man of my 6th scale supergroup, which now includes John Lennon, Freddie Mercury, David Bowie, Bob Marley, Jimi Hendrix, and Elvis. And what's going to be great is I used to have them right behind me. I'm too far away now. You can't really tell, but there's about 10 feet behind me. So I might put them in the modular cases, but I've got these these LEDs, these LED spotlights, and I'm totally, whether they are going to blast into my Modja case where the band is, I'm totally going to have them lit up by spotlights that beam down from the ceiling. So in the new Rob.
So this is gonna be like a super mashup. It's like a mashup team.
It's a mashup team.
It's like a mashup band.
That's what it is. It's a super group. And now I regret selling my Hot Toys 2-pack, the Michael Jackson Thriller 2-pack. It came with zombie Michael Jackson and regular Michael Jackson, but I think I'm going to have to go find, I think their Hot Toys made a bad Michael Jackson, not a Michael Jackson that's bad, but from I'm Bad. The title track of the titular track of the Bad album. But I think I'm going to have to go back and get
that version,
the Billie Jean version. I think I'm gonna have to get because I might have it's gonna be a multi-tiered display, and maybe Michael Jackson will have to be moonwalking in front of everybody, and Prince will just be there, shredding, and both Jimi Hendrix, because both Jimi Hendrix and Freddie Mercury Jimmy's he's singing, he's mid and so is Freddie Mercury, so it's gonna be great, and I needed a piano player. And the thing is, they're making a Ryan Gosling figure from La La Land. Yeah. It's a third-party figure, and he comes with a piano. So I'm gonna, and I can't imagine. Now I need a drummer. Somebody's got to make like Chad Smith from the Chili Peppers or Ringo, or they have to make, I don't know, John Bonham from Zeppelin.
John Bonham, or the guy from Queen or something like that.
So
that's
not
Brian.
Find it easy.
Somebody, and it's just going to keep getting bigger.
Didn't somebody make a 6-scale Elton John with a piano?
Oh, I don't know. If they did, I'll have to get that. But I love La La Land, so Gosling it is.
There you go.
Joseph Michael, who's been a member, is a PGS hero, says, I really hope Wanda doesn't end up being punished. She just wants her children back. She deserves to be happy. I don't think Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness is the movie you're going to watch to find Wanda's happiness realized. Call me.
I think we saw Wanda's happiness in her TV show when she could, make her family from something that didn't exist. So I wouldn't be surprised if she does something like that in the future. But nothing's going to stop her from having the family that she wants, even if she has to hijack an entire city.
Now, I have to say... go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, what were we going to say? No, I was just going to say, I'm actually looking for a poetic tragedy, like literally. So I want it to be, maybe because it's like my mind is sort of morbid in a sense. Like I want her war.
At least it's not Morbius.
Yeah, like Morbius, right? Yeah, so, but I mean, I kind of want her a bit. I want to see her twisted. I want a comic accurate Scarlet Witch.
Oh,
that's
dude.
what I want.
Okay, I have to tell you. So as you might know, I was at Cinemacon this week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And for those of you who don't know, Cinemacon, which used to be called Show West a while ago, but I think they wanted to rebrand with something like Comic-Con. Cinemacon is for all the theater owners. And what the studios do is they roll out the red carpet and they bring stars out and they show everything that's of interest in their upcoming slate for the next year, or sometimes year and a half. And they make announcements. And Marvel at the Disney panel, they showed us 30 minutes of Lightyear, the Buzz Lightyear movie. And I got to tell you, I was not expecting this. I cried. 25 minutes in, I cried. Not only does this movie, and already people are like, well, I'm out. There's some LGBTQ representation in this film. And I have to say, it is the most beautifully done. It is so good because it's a science fiction movie set in the future. So it makes sense that we're, it was so well done. And part of it is what made me cry. And 25 minutes in, I was bawling. It was involuntary. Like my favorite times that I've cried in movies have been involuntary. Like it wells up. You don't even know it's going to happen. And the first time it happened to me was in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, when Spock has died and Kirk is delivering the eulogy of all the souls I've encountered in my travels. This was the most human. I cried. The second time I cried in a movie was in The Color Purple in 1985 when Celie's sister comes back from Africa with her family and Whoopi Goldberg comes out. Nettie comes back and Celie sees.
If the person did not cry during that scene, something's wrong with you.
Dude, when Nettie's and her family gets out and you see their African robes flowing in the wind and the sun is setting, I lost it. I don't know what people. The Color Purple, I love The Color Purple. I love everything about The Color Purple. I love Quincy Jones's score. I love all the actors, and it's. I think it's a great film. And at the time, it was controversial because it was like an old white Jewish dude was going to direct it. But I think it's a beautiful movie. But I cried in that movie, and I cried in Shawshank Redemption, and I cried in Amelie. Those are the four movies I cried in my life. I cried in The Lightyear, an animated Pixar movie. I cried, and you'll know when. And I also in one Cinemacon. One day I cried for the Disney presentation, and I'm going to admit this right now. And you can pillory me all you want. Gilbert, stop barking. You can pillory me all you want. I cried. I saw the entirety of Top Gun 2 Maverick. And I cried in Top Gun 2 Maverick.
Wow.
And I have to say, for any of you cynics out there sleeping, Top Gun 2 Maverick I call it a popcorn triumph. Is it a movie like The Godfather or Lawrence of Arabia? No. But it is a wildly entertaining movie. And it has, first of all, it has the best aerial combat photography ever done. But the movie is surprisingly moving. And I found something, I loved the film. And first of all, Top Gun is an 80s music video confection. It's Tony Scott coming off of, he hadn't made a lot of movies. He did The Hunger and he did Beverly Hills Cop 2 and then he made Top Gun for Simpson Bruckheimer. It's such a product of the 80s. This film,
which is a classic. Definitely.
It's a classic, but this film, I dare say, this film is better. It's a better movie in every way than the first Top Gun. Because it's an actual, and I have to say that it really affected me. It affected me because the character of Maverick, there is a deep melancholy in his performance about where he's at because he's in a world like the world we live in now that's changing. Fighter pilots are being replaced by drones. They're being replaced by technology. How many workers are going to be replaced by robotics in the future? A lot. Manufacturing jobs, and I was really affected by it. But it is. I'll admit that there's a bit of it that's a little far-fetched. It's a men on a mission movie, training, and they never name the enemy. They don't name the enemy because if they name the enemy, you just assume the enemy. I'm glad they didn't, but it leads up to the action scenes in this fucking movie are like nothing I've ever seen, and the end of the film is like Star Wars, but real, and you're that invested. And as a kid who built every model airplane under the sun, let me just tell you that there is, I would call it Top Gun fan service, like you can't even imagine. And when it happens, I literally wanted to jump out of my chair and scream, "Fuck yes! Fuck yeah!" and everything about Top Gun 2 is. Now people can be like, "Well, Rob, you're always railing on about what makes a great film." I'm telling you, now it is Top Gun. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not Shawshank Redemption. This is not Amelie. This is not The Color Purple. This is not Star Trek 2.
Yeah.
But you won't believe how good this movie is. And it is a popcorn triumph. It is a studio movie unlike you look at this and go, when it was over, I'm like, this is why I want to go to the movies. It was so good. And I by the way, this is now in the new Robservatory. Both Tallulah and Gilbert, and also Sebastian, who's with the dog sitter right now, will have access to the Robservatory. So you will hear them bark, and they will come on and be part of the show. So
they're co-hosts. They're like the co-hosts.
They were the original Robservations co-hosts when I broadcasted from our laundry room. But they're back now because I can let them through the back door. And they actually, like, here's, if people who haven't met Tallulah, come here, Tallulah, come here. Oh, now she's going to play hard to get. Come here, come over here, come up here. You come up. No, don't sit down. Come up. Come here. So for those of you who have not met her, oh, you can't see her. Here, let me put her up. Tallulah, come in, come on. Well, you can kind of see her. Look, oh wait, hang on. Let me just go full frame for those of you who have never met Tallulah. Here's Tallulah's. Hey, Luli. How you doing? Tallulah is an Irish doodle. She's half Irish setter and half poodle. And she is neurotic and a pain in the ass. But as long as she's next to me, she doesn't bark, right? Isn't that true, baby? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Anyway, so Gilbert is out there barking in our new domicile. There's like a whole land, a whole realm he's defending. So let me ask the two of you first.
Yes.
What the hell's been going on?
Well, I have laryngitis. I worked an incredible number of hours this week, so my voice just gave out on me. But I'm just so happy to see you settled in, Rob. And of course, I've been streaming with Lael in the interim. So, he and I have been working together there, but just been trying to stay busy and, getting ready for the spring, getting ready for Star Wars Celebration, excited about the cons coming up, excited about new movies coming out. It's a great time for entertainment, gentlemen. Great time.
No, I gotta hold you to this. So you're both coming to Star Wars Celebration.
Yes, we are. Now, tickets booked. Everything's ready.
Now, my dream, if I could get the two of you here and to do a live stream somehow, I don't know. San Diego's a little far away, but I would even drive down, pick you guys up.
It's in Anaheim. It's in Anaheim, Robert.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're not in San Diego.
No,
it's in Anaheim.
Right.
It's in Anaheim.
Okay, but look, I don't want to interrupt. So Star Wars Celebration. However, here's the thing.
Rob, listen,
the convention closes at like 7.
Yeah.
7 or 8. I will come down and pick you guys up like on Friday or Saturday night. The thing is on Friday and Saturday night, Star Wars Celebration, you want to hang out in the hotel lobbies. It's really cool. But I will come down, pick both of you up, bring you here to the Robservatory, and we should broadcast live.
Let's go. I'm ready. Rob, listen, I arrive because when do you arrive? Tuesday, right?
Yeah, I'll be there a few days before. Yeah, I'll be in town.
Me too. So we arrive on Tuesday. So I'll be there Tuesday. We arrive in the morning, so I'll be there all day Tuesday, all day Wednesday. Celebration doesn't start till Thursday.
Well, now are you guys going
until Monday?
Are you going to Disneyland?
Oh yeah, I am. I'm doing a bunch of other things too, so I don't know about what dates and times, but when I get there, I'll be able to tell you more.
Oh, okay. Because I not many people have seen our new digs, so I love the opportunity to come pick you both up. I'm in.
Okay. I'm all in.
And of course, Latoya, if she's coming with you, Latoya T
she'll
is welcome.
She'll be there with me as well. She'll definitely be there with me as well. So she'll be excited.
Come here, buddy.
She'll be excited to meet you, Rob. She doesn't care that I'm there. She'll probably just throw me off to the side.
Well, no, it'll be great. Hang on, Gilly, don't you want to stay? No, you don't want to stay? No, come here. Come here. This is here's Gilbert. Oh, come on, buddy. Here, Gilbert is hold on, since Gilbert, he apparently doesn't want. Come here, dude. Well, you can cut. Come here. Come on, big Gilly. Oh, he's a big boy. This is Gilbert, the Burnettdoodle. He's 75% poodle and 25% Bernese Mountain Dog. How come you are so shy? All right. Well, anyway. Okay. Well, You're here. You're in here. You chill out. All right, buddy. But yeah, dudettes, we gotta get together. I can't wait.
Yes, I'm all in. I'm ready.
All right. So let me ask you back to the now, Lael. A lot of stuff's been going on. What has been going on with you since I've seen you the last couple weeks? Which I have not seen you.
Oh man, we've been full steam ahead. Definitely on the channel. There's a lot been going on. You know, especially with Figure Flex Friday. We actually round up next week on the 6th is when we announce the winner there. So we've been doing that. Been doing, of course, streaming with Justin, and it's just like nonstop streaming, nonstop putting out videos. I'm working on the Ahsoka Tano video with the 501st and Rex. So that's in the workings. I still got to actually unbox my quarter scale Mando. So that's, something I'm doing as well. Yeah, that yesterday, of course, what 2 Fridays ago, Friday before last, like I said, I lost my grandmother, definitely. 95 years old. She lived an amazing life. I was fortunate enough, to have some time with her, and definitely, it was a sad thing to see her go. We had the funeral yesterday, but it was such an amazing ceremony. It was amazing. Like literally everybody showed up to show their condolences, but at the same time we had a celebration. It was just a celebration of life. Everybody just laughed, we talked, we grieved, but at the same time it was just it was not too much grieving because, like I said, we know she lived an amazing life, so that was fun.
Sure.
But other than that, I mean, checking out Moon Knight, watching the streams, watching you on the streams. When you and John Campia and Aaron and everyone were actually talking about Cinemacon, how excited you guys were about it. So that was fun. Yeah, man. I mean, we've been watching it. Even though you haven't been, we've been watching it. I'm always watching. So
yeah, no, it's been fun doing the streams. Today I recorded 2 Designing Hollywood podcasts. One with the costume designer of The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, and the other with Oscar Isaac's makeup artist on both Dune and Moon Knight. Very, very insightful. Very happy to drop those. The first one that's going to drop is my interview with the costume designer of the Northman. So I've been immersed. I've been doing all kinds of work. But what was amazing, not just did I see the entirety of Top Gun at Comic-Con, or at Cinemacon, pardon me, but they showed us the first 20 minutes of Doctor Strange. And what's amazing about Cinemacon is it's all about seeing movies in a theater, because it's all theater, it's all exhibitors. It's all people that own movie theaters. So they never talk about streaming, and the whole thing is about the big screen experience. And what they do is they team up with Dolby, and Dolby installs a gigantic movie screen in the Coliseum Theater at Caesar's Palace in Vegas. And the sound and picture, thunderously loud sound, and a razor sharp picture. And they show trailers from different things that have come out. One of the things they showed was they showed us we're the very first audience ever to see any footage from Avatar 2, The Way of Water. And it was presented in high frame rate and 3D. And I don't understand people. I'm an Avatar lover. Well, Rob, it's Fern Gully and it's Dances with Wolves in space. I'm like, yeah, it is. But
that's what it's supposed to be, pretty much.
Yeah. But this high frame rate 3D stuff, I mean, I know people are going to say, well, Rob, I mean, I hated the way The Hobbit looked. I thought this was jaw-dropping. And, James Cameron perfected motion capture in the water. And it was only and the thing is,
because I saw some screenshots.
Yeah, and I guarantee you. So the trailer is coming out exclusively in theaters in front of Doctor Strange, because they are releasing Doctor Strange theatrically in 3D, and I can understand why. And then a week later, it goes to online. But the thing is, when you watch it online, people are going to say, I don't understand what's so special. It just looks more of the same. But the technology on display was jaw-dropping. But Doctor Strange, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You know, we all love the MCU here. They showed us the first 20 minutes of Doctor Strange. Oh my fucking God. I mean, first of all, I mean, it is the cutting, the pace of this thing is relentless. It's breathless. It is so much. There is so much lore, and so much action, and so much advancing the story. They address in those first 20 minutes so much stuff. Like anything you want. It's a sequel to WandaVision. It's a sequel to What If. It's a sequel to Doctor Strange himself. It's a sequel to every Avengers movie. It's a sequel to Shang-Chi because Wong fucking represents. Because remember, Wong is the Sorcerer Supreme. I was left with such a smile on my face. Well, after the first 20 minutes, we're like, oh man.
You wanted to see some more.
Dude, I mean, and the thing is, you've seen a lot of the first 20 minutes in the trailers, obviously, because that's what Marvel does. They pick a few scenes.
Yeah.
But the battle in New York with our favorite one-eyed monster, it's fucking long, dude. It's a long battle.
Yeah.
And it is so much fun. And let's just say that there is a rousing conclusion to that battle that the audience, I mean, these are jaded theater owners. And when the end came, people were cheering, clapping. I mean, I was like looking around going, okay, I'm not the only one having a hell of a lot of fun in this movie. Now, I don't know, you know, I've read, I don't care about all the variants and the things and what it comes down to is, does the movie have a good, is it great characters and a great story? Based on the first 20 minutes, it's fucking awesome. And it's so crazy. Although here, Lael, the Hot Toys bill on this movie is going to be huge. It's going to be huge. I mean,
I can imagine, bro.
Dude, there's a lot of super chats and tips, man. I mean, I can't even. I'm just like, fuck. I can just say this. Can we get a Wong? Can we finally get a Wong, please? I want a Wong. I want a Wong.
Hey,
I want Wong, the
Here's
Sorcerer
the
Supreme.
thing. I think we will because if you look, in Hot Toys is they're you know, they're known for this. They released the Cos Babies, so you get a chance to see a Wong Cos Baby. So if there's a Wong Cos Baby, there's a high possibility that we'll actually see a Wong.
Well, they got the Gilgamesh body. They're doing the Gilgamesh body for Eternals. So, I mean, Wong is the MVP of the MCU. But
they gotta give it to us, bro.
I gotta tell you, this movie is freaking bonkers. I mean, it's bonkers, and it was so entertaining. It's so emotional. I mean, the beats that it breathlessly, it just zings by, and there's so much going on, and they touch on so many things, and there's so many intriguing ideas in it. And it was just getting started. Yeah. I mean, it was just getting ramped up. Yeah. And people are like, well, it's only 2 hours and 4 minutes. I'm like, if the pacing stays the rate it's at in the first 20 minutes, it'll seem like the movie is 4 hours long and it went by in 2 hours. It's incredible.
There you go. See, I'm hyped. I'm so hyped. Just a few days later. This a few days away.
I know.
It's only a few days away.
I can't even begin to tell you how cool it all was. And by the way, in that opening scene, Doctor Strange is wearing a new, you can tell he's got the new costume on because he is without, we've seen, there's a clip that was released when he saves America Chavez when she falls and he uses his cape to do it. That new outfit is dope. It's cool. And, you know,
now because it looks like it's actually a throwback to what we've actually seen. Like it looks like it's a throwback to the comics, like a comic accurate version.
It very much so. I mean, I think the Doctor Strange costume is
Okay.
one of the great costumes of the MCU, and that it continues that tradition. And of course, in the first 20 minutes, we don't just see one Doctor Strange. That's all I'm going to say. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
when the movie opens,
Okay. 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 All right. We'll
just
see.
saying,
We'll see.
you know,
We'll
and
see.
and the deep dive into Marvel lore. I will say this because it's the opening scene. The Book of Ashanti, like what has been reported around, everybody go look into the Book of Ashanti in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's all part of it. And I have to say, it is so, and a lot of websites and a lot of YouTube channels have brought this up, but what's been going on in terms of the afterlife in Moon Knight, in Black Panther, now in Doctor Strange, they're bringing the afterlife lore together in a way. It's really intriguing. And by the way, you know who introduced Doctor Strange? Kevin Feige. And Kevin Feige came out, as has been reported, and he said he was at a Marvel retreat where they're planning out the next decade of Marvel movies.
Up until like what, 2032?
Yeah, the next
Yeah.
decade. And people are like, well, Rob, Kevin Feige's going to leave. I'm like, no, he's not. He's not going to
He ain't
leave.
going nowhere.
The most successful producer is building something unprecedented in Hollywood history. So it's
He's not going anywhere.
so Lael, let me ask you this. What is your
Yes.
anticipation for Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness?
Bro, it's so high. And the thing is, it's because they've said it that way. Like, the thing is, my anticipation, like, we've been, like, while, like, every streamer, I think pretty much all the streamers that I know have been saying, okay, there's no streams on Thursday. Everybody has to realize that. No streams Thursday. We will not be streaming. So pretty much after Wednesday, everything goes completely dark. So, you know what I mean? It was like none of that. I am so excited about it because, number one, there's so much riding on this film in a good way, in such a good way, because it's an entry point. Like, we've been waiting for that one film that's the defining moment. This is coming after No Way Home. This is an introduction to where the MCU is going to be going in the future. You know what I mean? So I think that, again, you know, when we talk about this film, we talk about the multiverse, we talk about everything that's floated around it, what we've actually seen with, you know, Loki, on the Loki show itself, you know, what we've seen in WandaVision, you know, what we're seeing right now, even with the gods in Moon Knight. And there's like, and I'm like, yo, it's so smart how they're ending this season of in Moon Knight on Wednesday, and then we go strictly to Doctor Strange. There's strategic reasons for it, and I'm gonna tell you one of the.
Wait.
Is he still there?
Other day.
Lael?
Lael, wait, hang on. You said one. You froze for a minute. Froze. You said
Am I here?
I'm gonna. You said
Am
I'm
I
gonna
back?
tell. Yeah, you're back. You said I'm gonna tell you one thing, and then you froze.
Okay, one thing. Am I still here? Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
I'm good.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
one thing I will tell you that I'm excited about. One of the biggest reasons why I'm excited, Captain Carter, and that's it.
Did you see the clip?
I saw the clip. I just saw
Bro.
a quick clip. And I'm like, that's all I needed to see. I love that character. And I love the simple fact that we are seeing a live action What If. We're seeing things from What If and elements from What If that have been thrusted in. I'm super hype about it. And
Dude.
that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
I mean,
can't wait.
we've seen in the trailer. Yes, Xavier is floating in his animated chair.
Mhm.
Now, one of the things. I mean, I can say this. It's in the trailer. One of the things that we were able to see that we weren't supposed to see is Xavier in his X-Men animated chair in live
Yeah.
action, and there is. I mean, when you watch the first 20 minutes of Doctor Strange, it becomes very clear who the bad guy is, and
Okay.
that all hell is about to break loose, and
Okay.
you realize why, and you sympathize. And it was so. Joseph Michael, who'd said, PGS Hero said, "I really hope Wanda doesn't end up being punished." Well, you can hope. all I can say. Joseph
can't wait.
Michael sent in a super chat and says, it might be disrespectful to fans if Wanda suffers the same fate of Ben Solo, particularly for her to be redeemed only to die later on. Kevin Feige is smarter than this, right? Right? Bro, come on. Elizabeth Olsen signed on for a long time. And let me just say,
Long
Elizabeth
time.
Olsen is so good. So good. And when you see how she's introduced in this movie, you're going to be like, oh, fuck. That's all I'm saying. I mean, the way they, and they juxtapose something that happens to Stephen Strange with Wanda. I mean, look, I'm excited for these movies because these movies give me what I want, and this movie, and Sam Raimi was a perfect director for it. I mean, my God. By the way, A.K. Alexander sends in a tip and says, the Holy Trinity is back. Sir R&B, check your DMs. As I finally got a positive update to share on your Gladiator Thor figure. You didn't tell me that's what you're sending me. Oh, my God. It seems his long California boat journey may finally be over. A.K.
Wow.
I don't know what to say about that.
Wow.
My God.
Come on, man. That's a gift. That's like a welcome back gift.
I know. It's amazing. Amazing. Jedediah Elias says, hey, Rob, did you see that Belle comes out on digital May 3rd and Blu-ray May 17th this month? So excited. Yes, I pre-ordered the special edition. So excited to watch it again. New to Hot Toys, what are some of the best ones to buy? Well, Jedediah, I'm going to throw that over to my esteemed, distinguished panel. If you had to tell somebody new to Hot Toys, what Hot Toys would you suggest they buy?
I would say anything from The Mandalorian.
I got two people here who have quarter scale Mando figures, right?
Yes. What about you, Lael?
It depends on what you're into. What genre are you? Are you a Star Wars fan? Are you a DC fan? Are you a Marvel fan? Or do you like one-offs? So it just depends on, your particular, genre, what you prefer, whatever you prefer. Because then if you tell us that, then we'll tell you what would probably be some good pieces. So if you're a Star Wars fan, Marvel fan, or DC fan, let us know that, and then we can actually tell you what we think, because there's so many things you can do. I mean, if you want to start now going forward, here's the thing, it's kind of hard to say go back, work backwards, because the thing is, a lot of these pieces right now are expensive, so it depends on what you're going after. And then we also have a lot of these pieces that are on pre-order, that you're probably not going to see for like another year and a half.
Now let me ask you about that. I used to pre-order everything, and now I'm like, no. I don't want to tie up my funds. I've got other things like my house, and it's the pre-orders. I mean, why am I putting my money away for a year and a half in advance? It's frustrating to see. So but what it comes right down to is there's some great stuff being made, and you really have to buy what you like.
Yeah, you do. You have to buy what you like, and you have to basically work specifically in your wheelhouse. I don't want to tell you to get something that you're not going to like, and that's not going to be something that you dig. So, again, just let us know what genre you're into, and then we could just take it from there, man. For real. Yeah, so much.
In terms of what are some of your, because Jedediah asks, what are the best ones to buy? I mean, first of all, like you said, the best ones are the characters that you love. But what do you think some of the best Hot Toys figures are?
Right now, to date, okay. Oh, man. So, okay. So, again, I'm a Star Wars fan, of course. So, of course, anything from Mando, of course. But then also, if you're a Marvel fan, any of the Spider-Man figures that you get, anything that you actually get, even from Endgame, is decent. DC has a very small selection, so there's not too many you can actually get from DC. That they've actually released as of lately. But yeah, I would say, oh man, of course, everybody knows my favorite figure right now is Jyn Erso. Like Jen Erso is my favorite figure of all time. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
and
just
she's
how
like
it's- that's my number one.
$800.
Right now she's expensive, but again, depending on what you want. I mean, again, if you're a Star Wars fan, anything right now coming from the Mandalorian, anything actually, and also just keep in mind that May the 4th is this week. So basically, like May the 4th is coming. There was already a possible 2-pack that was announced today.
What?
That there was a possible 2-pack that might be coming that they actually showed pictures of today. And that is the Attack of the Clones, C-3PO, and R2-D2. So again, everybody was wanting a C-3PO. So there's going to be that. There's a possibility we might see Padme this month. So again, there's a couple of figures that'll be filtered down that
I would love an
stay.
Attack of the Clones Padme.
Oh, heck
This
yeah.
This is an excellent time for Star Wars figures in general.
Yeah.
Lael, I'm so sorry for the laryngitis, guys.
No, I like
Lael.
very smoky and sexy. You sound like
I was
Betty
on-
Davis in her later years.
I was on
Yeah.
Say What, I guess a week ago, Lael, and you were asking us about our most anticipated figures. And I had said it was Casca Reeves because I just never expected to see a figure like that from Star Wars.
Yeah.
And so, it's very interesting. If you'd asked me a year ago what figure I was excited about, I would have said it can't be Casca because they would never make her, and they are. So, this is
They're
a very
racists.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm kidding.
but also they
Sort
didn't
of.
necessarily expand, the figure line. Now they're expanding out as well, right, guys?
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah.
seeing things that we haven't seen ever, and I'm hoping that they're going to continue that trend going forward. But I'm super excited for that figure, and it's a very special time for Star Wars now. So
Yeah, it
this
is.
might be a good time for someone who's just starting to really be able to make a choice and make a decision where you couldn't make a decision before. Now things are being offered we've never seen.
Yeah.
I heard, Lael, that they were talking about more Jawa figures, and I want a sandcrawler. I didn't want one before.
in 6 scale.
Yes, in 1/6 scale.
That's
Exactly.
radio controlled. I can
want
drive
a
it through. I can
Hasbro
drive it through my backyard.
Yeah.
But I didn't want one before. But after The Mandalorian, I'm like, yeah, maybe I do want one of these. And I
Yeah.
kind of feel like
like
it's
the
a really
Sandcrawler. Yeah.
fun time to be able to kind of relive a lot of this stuff and use your 1/6 scale figures with some of this stuff. The level of creativity and the level of what they're offering is great. And Lael, you also mentioned that they're bringing things in from What If, and for me, guys, the What If that I liked was the zombie What If.
Yeah.
Now I know that's hard to incorporate into a Marvel film. I understand
not.
that. I'm not.
No,
Well,
it's not.
And they made zombie Deadpool.
Yeah, and I kind of would like to see the zombie Cap. I'm not quite sure what it is about zombie Cap, but and zombie just some of the figures in zombie version I loved. I collected a few figures from The Walking Dead, and I never thought I'd see those figures, and we got them. I have the Ezekiel and I have the Morgan. I'm thinking about getting another one, but
You
it's
could do
just such
a
great
rad
time. I know it's not
display
Hot
with it.
Toys, but
You could do a rad display where your Walking Dead figures are fighting
Yes.
Marvel zombies.
that's
That'd be
the
dope.
idea.
I would love that.
Yeah.
But it's such a
Yeah,
fun
see?
time right now for this. And I know that the Walking Dead figures are not Hot Toys, but it's still a lot of fun to kind of
They're still
these
good.
combinations, enjoy it,
Yeah.
Okay, I can't
yeah.
say anymore.
No,
No, and here's the thing that that they just this past week, I mean, because speaking of Marvel, speaking of No Way Home, just this past week they released the pre-order for Electro.
Yeah.
So
By the way, that figure looks great.
it looks incredible. It looks incredible.
I mean,
So,
how crazy is it that we're gonna have 2 Hot Toy Jamie Foxx's Electro figures?
mhm.
The head sculpt is gorgeous.
Yeah,
It
you can
is.
compare and contrast. I mean, first of
Yeah.
all, I love Jamie Foxx as a performer. I always have. He's one of the most unsung stars in Hollywood. I
Mhm.
mean, whenever you see him on talk shows or he recently had a book come out. I love Jamie Foxx.
Ever since Ray, I fell in love with him even more. But yes, you're right.
the guy. I mean, you know what I love him in, and Michael Mann's Miami Vice feature film where he plays Tubbs, and
Yep.
and Colin Farrell's Crockett. I fucking love Miami Vice, and I can't
Yeah.
wait. One of the things in the Robservatory, I'm going to have the most killer Dolby Atmos surround sound system in here. You have no idea. When you see, I've got everything that I was supposed to put up the new 4K OLED 65-inch in here today, but I didn't get the bracket to mount it on the wall, so it sucked. But when you guys come here, when the garage is a rockin', don't come a knockin'. We're gonna be rocking this place. Let me just tell you. I mean, I'm gonna show you the Battle of Germania from Gladiator, and you're gonna be like, your ears. I'm not gonna let you leave until you're bleeding out of every orifice. I swear to God, it's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I can't wait.
But I would say in terms of Hot Toys, and not just Hot Toys, but my God, the third party figures. I watched the Justin's review of that Dark Knight Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah.
My God.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that custom piece he actually got.
Oh, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And the figures. I mean, one of the things I love about now that I've parked here, like today, I have my DF60 Moducases. cases. I finally got my risers, the risers that lift them up off the ground with the drawers in them. And the reason I want to get those is because, when the problem I have with Moducases cases that are on the ground is if you put figures in them, you can't see them, and lifting them up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be able to have like a Hollywood Squares 9 block where I'm opening them up. So I'd love to get more, but I have 9, and now that I have the risers that set them up, and it's great. It's all good. I mean, it's gonna be a little cramped in here, to be honest, but the technology and the toys, and it's gonna be great. But the figures, I mean, the stuff that's coming out is just incredible. It's so much fun, and the real question is, first of all, don't buy to invest. Hot Toys will re-release the shit, and your figures will
never buy to invest. Never buy to invest.
And
never buy. Yeah, don't do that.
As I've moved, now this is, I don't collect 1/12 scale figures, but I collect movie figures. Like, I love the Warriors, and this is the Mezco 4 figure, the Warriors set. It's got 2 of the Baseball Furies and 2 of the Warriors. Now, I think I've had this for 2 years. It comes, this is a tin box. Now, I haven't even opened this.
You didn't even open, hold up, wait. You have not opened it yet, bro.
I mean, I've opened it and looked inside, but I haven't taken anything out of it. I mean, look, here's the plastic that came on it. Now, as I moved into what hopefully will be the last place I ever live, I'm opening everything. And I'm also going to throw everything, boxes. Like, I like the Hot Toys boxes because I can keep them above my shelves and all that. Yeah. But for the most part, I mean, I'm here. This is it, man.
We get to see his collection.
Yeah, and I don't.
Finally, right?
I mean,
finally we get a chance to see it, right?
I mean, dude, if I look around here, like you, like, oh, check this out. Okay, Lael, you'll like this because I have something for you, as you know. But like this. All right. As I come back, I know the dogs are barking. So look at this.
Ooh, very nice.
A little sideshow action. Like, I have so many sideshow troopers that I've never opened. I'm like, how badass is this? I know it's Hot Toys, whatever. But I've got so many mix and match heads. I mean, so much stuff. And I'm like, they've been in boxes. Like, look, I like my Asajj Ventress figure, but you know what? I've never opened her.
You've never opened it.
No, and now you know who's going to open it?
Me.
That's right.
That's one of the best quarter scale figures they ever made.
Well, no, it's not quarter. It's the 6 scale.
Quarter?
It's not the quarter.
Yeah. I haven't seen the 6 scale. I don't remember what that looks like.
So here's, I bought all these sideshow Star Wars figures I've never opened. And the thing is, I used to think I have to have everything or whatever. And I'm like, you know what? If I have stuff, like I still owe a good friend of ours, the Joker 1.0 version of Bank Robber Joker. Got it. It's going to get sent out. Now that I've moved, now that I know where everything is, if I can give somebody something Lael will appreciate Asajj Ventress way more than I ever will.
That quarter scale statue, that mythos statue we got from Sun. Oh my God, it's breathtaking.
It's great, but
It's
I
literally
know,
breathtaking.
I know you'll make good use of the 6 scale.
Oh my
figure.
God, you already know.
So, I mean, but it really comes down to what do people want to collect. There's a couple of super chats here from Mr. 47. Terminal. Okay. For those of you who don't know, Ray Ora on the John Campea show, his favorite movie in the world, inexplicably, is Spielberg's The Terminal.
Tom Hanks and Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yes.
Interesting.
Terminal is just like the film Luca. It's comfort food. Chicken soup for the soul. It warms your heart. Cassian Andor tries to score with Gamora, and Dr. Erskine is the villain. Forrest Gump returns carts to a machine to get quarters for Burger King. A little Catherine Zeta-Jones action. What's not to love? John is tripping. Would love to see you and Ray do a private movie club on it. Never mind on the 0.5. Oh, okay. Mr. 47, I have to tell you something. I've seen The Terminal once, and I kind of liked it. It's still Spielberg. I think I love where you're coming from. Have you both? Have you either one of you? Have you seen The Terminal?
I've never seen it.
Yes, I have. Yes.
I've never seen it. It wasn't like, I don't know. I've never seen it. It's something that I definitely have to watch so I can actually not live vicariously through Ray, but just be basically experiencing myself. But no, I haven't.
Lael, I have to say,
You'd like it. You'd like it.
I think we are hearing you through your computer mic and not through your mic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? All right,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me check.
And by the way, Gilbert, you might hear Gilbert barking outside. Where we live, when Gilbert barks, there's about a 5-second delay, and the echo of his bark comes back. So he is actually barking at himself. He's barking at himself.
How's that?
Oh, there you go. Now
There
we
you
got
go. I don't know why it switched. This does the dumbest things, man. But it's back. It's back.
You're back. You sound good. Mr. 47.
Well, I liked how Catherine Zeta-Jones played a flight attendant in the movie. And boy, she was utterly convincing, and she was wondering who Tom Hanks was. The relationship between the two of them, it was very interesting. But Tom Hanks has been making some incredible films since that one. He had these historical films, Greyhound, that was on, I think it was on either Netflix or Amazon, and they're making a second one. And it seems like there's a lot of films that he's making that are historically significant. He never stopped at Band of Brothers.
No, he's doing the third Band of Brothers series, which is about the air war, about the flyers. I can't wait.
Yeah,
oh, really?
I think that he, Tom Hanks sees the significance in a lot of these films, but that film, in the story, Lael, he plays a character that's stateless, right? Right. Rob,
yes, he's stateless.
So apparently there's millions of people who are fallen into this category, but he is stranded at the airport with no place to really rest or anything like that. And so, he doesn't know what to do. And it's a very long time, too long for him. His country was invaded. It didn't exist anymore. And so, dealing with the idea of you have no statehood and there's no one who can really help you with this, but he finds a solution, and it is kind of chicken soup for the soul because he falls in love with Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Okay.
And
Yeah, who doesn't?
Who? What better person can you fall in love with?
Michael Douglas certainly did.
You know that, right? You know that. He's living a man's dream right
He's
now.
living the man's dream. Jedediah,
I love the figure of Catherine Zeta-Jones too.
from Zorro.
Yes,
From Zorro, because they've made the Antonio Banderas Zorro, so I'd love to see her.
That's right. To have a figure, the complementary figure of her. With
Yeah.
But I just had to throw that out there.
Tallulah, can you please stop getting Gilbert to bark at his own echo, please? Jedediah Elias sends in 2 super chats and says, what were your favorite parts of the Neon panel besides Crimes of the Future? I heard great things about Pleasure from Sundance. Last year, they also distributed the animated doc Flea, highly recommended. Well, Jedediah, that's a great question. So Neon is a great releasing company, and they're putting out one of my most anticipated films, maybe ever, which is David Cronenberg's latest, Crimes of the Future. They showed the new trailer, which is bonkers. I did a whole Robservations about my love of David Cronenberg. I won't get into it, but they only showed a few things. They didn't show any of Pleasure because it was already out, but they have done a new documentary about David Bowie. And the Bowie documentary, it looks incredible. The director of that had access to the entire Bowie archives, and there's performance footage shot on film that no one has ever seen before. It's never been. It looks amazing, and it's done in a very phantasmagorical style with intercut with all kinds of crazy mood edits, and it looked amazing. It really, really looked fantastic, and that was the thing. I think it's called like Moonchild something. I forget what it's called. I should have remembered, but it looks fantastic, and I really, really loved that. Neon only showed a very few things. They didn't show anything from Pleasure or Flea because those have already come out. But kudos to Neon. I can't wait. By the way, the funny thing about Crimes of the Future. So you have all these exhibitors who own movie theaters. So they bring one of my heroes, David Cronenberg, out on stage, and Robert Lantos, who is his producer, and they met in 1975 in the Quizette at Cannes. And it was for me, it was a huge thrill to see them both. But the audience, he comes out and he says, Cronenberg said something. He goes, well, we're unleashing this movie that's going to blow the minds of most of humanity. And they show the trailer, which I read the script for Crimes of the Future over 20 years ago. It's insane. And they tell the story of Cronenberg put it away and thought he would never make it. And then Robert Lantos called him recently and said, the script's more relevant than ever. It is the culmination of all of Cronenberg's body horror films, whether it's Shivers, whether it's Rabid, whether it's The Brood, whether it's Scanners, whether it's Dead Ringers or The
Dead
Fly.
Alive.
All just amazing stuff. And this script was insane when he wrote it. When I saw the trailer, the new trailer, it's not on like, Gilbert, would you come back here and stop barking? It's insane. And the theater was shocked. The theater was like, oh my God. I mean, they were freaked out, which leads me to believe it's amazing. I thought it was amazing 20 years ago when I read it, but to actually see it, amazing. Jedediah goes on to say, what was your favorite part of Top Gun 2? Oh, there's so much to talk about. Look, there is a part in the movie that's going to get talked about a lot that I'm not going to speak about. It's a small, it's you know what? It's fan service, nostalgia, it's all that, but it was so beautifully done. My favorite part of the movie is really, I actually was surprised about how sad and melancholic it was. And maybe it's because I'm getting older now. The movie's a kick-ass action film. Okay. But the character of Maverick, Tom Cruise's, his way of life, his fighter pilot status is being replaced. I said earlier, he's being replaced.
With drones.
With automation and drones and all that. And first of all, Tom Cruise is fantastic in this movie. This movie is, and by the way, it's also a assemble your team movie. It is a men and women on a mission movie, which I love. As I said, it's like Star Wars. There's a military objective. They have to train for it. This movie is, and while it is a little far-fetched, and there's a little, the end of the movie does go a little bit far, but I have to tell you, like I said before, one of my favorite things in the movie, I'm not going to say what it was, but it has to do with a class of fighter plane. That's all I'm going to say. And
What was the music like in the film, Robert?
well, Joe Kosinski, of course, gave us Tron Legacy, the director Joseph Kosinski,
Okay.
and which Daft Punk, there's Hans Zimmer's credited in the film. Lady Gaga does a song in the movie, but the actual score I thought was terrific. But it's not, you're not going to take my breath away. You don't have Berlin, but everything about this movie was, what's so funny? They took a pop 80s MTV music video confection movie and they elevated it. And they turned it into something. As a matter of fact, I would say, the closest thing I could say to it, and this is a lot of people are going to be like, huh, what? There's a movie that was made in the 60s called The Hustler, starring Paul Newman as Fast Eddie Felson. And in 1986, Martin Scorsese directed the sequel starring Tom Cruise called The Color of Money, which I loved, both based on novels by Walter Tevis. I would say that this movie is if Top Gun is The Hustler, the Top Gun Maverick is The Color of Money. And it is a film that it is wildly entertaining, deeply nostalgic, but it stands on its own. And I dare say that Top Gun Maverick is better than Top Gun. And it's weird because it's going to appeal to a whole different audience. It's, so long later. I mean, it's so crazy it's even made. And I was wondering, how are they going to convince us that Tom Cruise is still in the Air Force, or pardon me, still a naval aviator since the 80s?
He'd have to be an instructor or something like that, or a contractor, maybe.
I'm not going to say, but I bought it 100%.
I know you're not, but I just figured that would be a solution. Like he could be a private contractor for the government or something like that. And they had to call him in for something special. But he could be, I don't think he'd be retired, but a former naval person, but now government contractor.
Oh, he's not former. He's still in the Navy. and the way they do it, let me just say, the opening of this movie fucking rules. I mean, this film is so, and by the way, Chris McQuarrie, they also showed us the first trailer for Mission Impossible, quote unquote, 7, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1.
So this is a 2-part.
Oh, yeah. Bruh. I mean, let me just tell you, it was incredible. And I have to say, so sometimes they shoot video openings. The opening for Top Gun started out with a close-up of Tom Cruise, and he's like, I know you can't hear what I'm saying. And the camera pulls back. He's standing on top of a biplane that's flying over South Africa. And he's like, you're going to get to see Top Gun Maverick the first time, blah, blah, blah. And then another, a red biplane, then a yellow biplane flies up, and it's Chris McQuarrie, the director, McHugh, who also wrote The Usual Suspects, who I know a little bit. And he's like, we're losing the light. We have to do the scene. And they're talking, and then they bank over. It was insanity. I mean, no wonder Tom Cruise is going to space. But look, all I can say is whether you've seen Top Gun or not, whether you like Top Gun or not, go to the movies, take your family, go to the biggest, loudest, go to either Dolby Cinema, go to IMAX, go see Top Gun Maverick, because my God, it was so wildly entertaining. And the last 30 minutes is fucking incredible. I mean, it is incredible.
I can't wait.
You're gonna love it.
Like I said, I love the first film. I mean, I was always a Top Gun fan. I even so much that I actually have a movie replica jacket. So basically, that's how much I loved it. But I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Dude, I don't want to oversell it, but it's fucking great. It goes up into the pantheon of sequels like Empire Strikes Back, like The Road Warrior, like Godfather Part 2. Now, remember, I'm talking about Top Gun, so it's not like it's you know. But
It's a
this
different feel, different genre, different feel, but it's still a level of excitement that you're welcome. Because I mean, again, I love Top Gun. I like the first film.
I mean, this movie is the flying scenes alone. But let me just tell you, the climax of this movie, the last 30 minutes of this film, are they're so good. You can't even begin, but you have to give over a little bit of disbelief. There's a little, but still, it's great. Bob Tozzi sends in a super chat and says, "With what you've seen and heard of Avatar 2, do you think this movie and James Cameron still have the clout to get TV manufacturers to start putting 3D back into new TV sets?" Bob, I am rocking a 65-inch plasma. It's one of a Panasonic. It was the last 65-inch Panasonic plasma that they made, and I have not replaced it because it has 3D. I love 3D for the home, and 3D has not died around the world. They still sell 3D discs. In America, it died. You know why 3D died in America? 3D died in America because our theater owners did a shitty job of presenting 3D. The bulbs weren't bright enough. You usually watched it at half. The light was cut in half. Home 3D is amazing, and maybe it'll happen. I don't know. Maybe it'll happen. I hope so.
Well, I'm sure you both remember when you could watch 3D movies on a regular television, and it could be in color or in black and white, and you'd have your glasses at home, the goggles, I guess, or whatever at home, and those look pretty good, just on an ordinary television. So the ability to bring it back is there. But what I'm kind of curious about is all the people who own 3D films, are they able to just watch that on any television, or does there has to be an adjustment? What's the story with that?
No. So if you have a 3D, I have a lot of 3D discs. You have to have their separate discs. You can't watch a 3D movie on a non-3D TV. So when you buy a 3D Blu-ray, it comes with the 3D disc and it comes with the regular Blu-ray. Like the most recent
You
3D. I got Dune.
No,
So
no, what are you gonna say? Go ahead.
no. I mean, I 3D in the home is awesome because the brightness levels are there. The problem, half the time you went and saw 3D in American theaters, the 3D the light is in half unless it's properly calibrated, and they would show 3D movies non-calibrated, so the 3D looked murky, it was messy, it was terrible. It was not good. But at home, like on my Panasonic Plasma, home 3D is dope as fuck. It looks so good. Look, I have Top Gun in 3D. The conversion is great. I have Jurassic Park that was post-converted to 3D, which looks great. So, really good stuff. Joseph Michael sends in a super chat and says, Oscar Isaac needs a goddamn Emmy.
Yes, he does.
I don't disagree. I mean, he's amazing.
Yes, he does.
I interviewed Donald Moet today, he was his personal makeup artist on Dune and on Moon Knight, and I totally agree. He's fantastic, just fantastic. Ron C sends in a very generous super chat and says, Rob, good to see everyone. Well, hey, the two of you, and Lael, are you happy to be seen?
Oh man, it's been so long. I'm so excited to be here. Definitely,
Absolutely.
Well, I feel bad. I've let everyone down, but we're back, baby. And you're gonna see in the next week my background, the Robservatory. Actually, I get to build this from scratch, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. And being on Campia, and things are good. I mean, I feel like we're going into a great summer, where you know what I'm gonna say this. I'm looking forward to Strange New Worlds, the new Star Trek show. I know a lot of people
that's
said
weird.
I know.
You say that.
Look, man, I fucking hate Star Trek Picard. I want to put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger and end my life every time I watch an episode. But I'm gonna say, despite all the things, look, let's face it, I'm probably gonna hate Strange New Worlds, but it is a new Star Trek show. Hope springs eternal. The problem is the creative team I have very little faith in, but I love Anson Mount. He was also a voice in Dota Dragon's Blood that I worked on. So, I want it to be good. So we got that coming. We got, in 1 week, in the same week, we got Moon Knight episode 6, we got Strange New Worlds, and we have Doctor Strange in the multiverse of madness. So we live in good times, despite the fact that, we should have stopped what's going on in Ukraine, and we live in a continuum. Yeah. There's always horrible shit happening and great stuff happening. But as far as we're concerned, there's great stuff happening. The entertainment is great. It's compelling. It's awesome. We've got great friends like yourselves here. So you got to take the good with the bad. Yes. So Ron
Rob,
C.
let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I want to know about your new office at the John Campion new headquarters. I want to know about your office. Are you happy with your new digs, your new office there?
Oh, well, I was there all day today trying to get everything to work because we got a lot of new technology. I love it. I actually have my own I literally have my own office. I mean, I have my own office, and I think the interesting thing about John Campia, and a lot of people I don't think respect this about him, he's all about the viewer's experience. He's always trying to make his show better. And in terms of the way it looks, he's always buying new technology. And I was there today for hours, and we were calibrating things and putting up lights and trying stuff. And it's a little, I mean, it like we were in his garage. Like we did the John Campia show from the garage the way I've always done the Robservatory as a garage. Now, as you can see, I'm not quite, if I go to widescreen, you can see here, there's not I've got right here, these things, these Star Trek, there's Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. These pictures, the Drew Struzan pictures, these actually hung in Brian Fuller's offices when he was creating Discovery, and he gave them to me. And then there's the Empire Strikes Back, 30 by 40, and then there's my 1/350th scale refit Enterprise. There's 6 scale figures. There's a Belle de Jour poster. There's all kinds of stuff here. So it's my garage, but it's also the Robservatory. So we've now moved into a corporate, into an actually office park with a building where you have a lot more space. I've got an office. John has an office. There's a third office. We have a lot of room. We have 2 different studios to broadcast from. And I think that what John is doing, and when I saw the way it looked today, well, first I thought, I got to lose 50 pounds. And then I thought, man, God damn, this looks great. I love the way this looks. So it's, I have to say, working on the John Campia show since the first of the year, since I went full time, we're having so much fun on that show. I love working with Chris and Aaron. I think people are seeing it, and Ray. I drove back from Vegas with Ray. I didn't stop laughing for 3.5 hours. It was hilarious. So, I really think the John Campia show sets the tone in terms of, he does a lot of prep. We have to do homework. He sends us homework.
Yeah.
But I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm glad, man, because I saw basically him. I think before he went to Cinemacon, he was live streaming from his office.
Yeah.
Yep. And just kind of doing the fill-in. So it looks like he said it's not up to where it needs to be, but he likes the new location.
Yeah, it's only because we don't have our stuff. We have to move everything in, and we have moved into corporate offices kind of a thing. But it's pretty cool. I have to say, I really, really like it. And it's, he brought back fact checker Jonathan. Jonathan, when I first, Jonathan Voico, and I worked with him at Collider. And when I first started with John, he went and worked with the Kardashians for 3 years.
Okay.
And now John brought him back and working with him again. And today, before I came to do this show, Jonathan, Ray, John and I were in the new studios. We were just testing everything. What are the good camera angles? How are we
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
light this? And it was a lot of fun. It's going to be an evolutionary process, but John has spent a lot of money on new cameras and new lights and it looks great.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun. I mean, I feel like we're the independent cinema guys, and John's the studio guy as far as YouTube goes. And I'm happy to be part of the two worlds. So, but it's fun, and you know, John really. There's a lot of people love John, hate John, whatever. John Campea does more to make the viewer experience better than I think anyone, and he does a lot of work. Like I said, I get homework. Like every day, John's like, okay, these are the topics people sent in. Please watch this, and this, and read this, and this. So it's a job.
Yeah.
You know, for me, I'm like, hey man, let's talk about this. But John's very, very, and I think it works. And I think the new dynamic,
Uniform, yeah.
having Chris back and having Aaron back. I mean, both, you know, and Kimberly's no longer with us, but Aaron and Chris were the people I started with. So to have them back, it's a lot of fun. I mean, Chris is hilarious and Aaron's hilarious, and we were all in Vegas together. And you know what? People are like, "Oh, Rob, you make off-color, dirty old man comments." Let me just say, no one is more off-color than Aaron or Chris. I mean, the shit they say, I'm like, if I said that, I'd be
You can
canceled.
see.
I can't
You
say
can
shit.
see.
Can't say shit. Like the stuff. Sometimes Erin walks in, and I mean, she's a great actress, but her delivery. Sometimes she walks in and she says things, and I'm like seriously, blood drains from my face. I'm like, our mics aren't live, are they? I mean, they're that. And God love him for it. And Chris Carr has quickly become one of my favorite people I've ever met in my life. I mean, she's absolutely delightful. She's so funny and so witty. I mean, she is amazing.
Yeah, she seems super cool. She definitely seems
Super cool. One of our oldest friends on this channel, Paul in Long Beach, says, pro tip, Rob, everyone needs a goof butcher. Now that you're in the Inland Empire, my recommendation is the Hottinger Family Meats, just south of the 60 in Chino. Ooh, trust me on them. I shop there whenever I'm in the area. Also, great to see the Gilberian again. For those of you who don't know, Gilbert is actually from another planet. He is Gilbert the Gilberian from the planet Gilbar. This was early on in the Robservations era. Gilbert is in fact an alien, and he is from the planet Gilbar. He's a Gilbarian. He hears me saying his name, and he's barking again. Now Tallulah is running out to see him, but it's true. And by the way, the new era, the new Robservatory, will have 3 dogs: Gilbert, Tallulah, and Sebastian the puppy, as part of the show. So there you go. And Paul, I will check them out. Fredo Valcaz. That's a great name. Fredo Valcaz. I'm so excited for Doctor Strange, guys. I got my tickets for opening night at 10:30 p.m. Going to watch it high for a better experience. Okay, kids. Are you guys going to do some edibles? Are you going to sample the dank nugs before you see Doctor Strange? Is that going to be something, or do you see? I have to tell you,
No.
I don't like to see movies stoned or high, or I don't like to see them altered, because I feel I fight against my own mind. I'm so about now. I don't mind, getting stoned a second or third time, but the first time I see a film, I want to be unaltered, no booze, nothing. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm going in pretty good. I'm going in I need the focus. I need that focus. That's me.
Too.
So I'm going in with like the ultimate focus. I'm not going with any type of substance. I'm going in just ready to go. That's me.
What do you think?
Yeah, there's going to be so much going on in that film. If I have anything outside, I won't be able to pay attention to what's going on. So no, I won't take anything.
I feel that after seeing the first 20 minutes, this movie is giving you so much information all the time. You don't want to, I mean, I can understand why you want to be high. See the movie not high first, only because there's so much going on, and then get high as fuck. I mean, because the visuals alone, I can't even imagine. I would like to be stoned to the bejesus, just be like, because my God, as long as I knew it's coming, because the visuals in this film are crazy. Steve Ditko, wherever he is in the afterlife's like, that fucking movie rules. That's exactly when I was drawing like Doctor Strange, that's what I thought about. It's so out of the comic books. I mean, there's so much great Marvel comic lore in this movie. I mean, and by the way, for any of you people going, Rob's just a Marvel shill. Yes, I am, and they don't pay me. You know why? Because I love the MCU. I genuinely love it. And there is so much respect paid. Sam Raimi was the perfect director. This movie is so much fun. Now, admittedly, I've only seen 20 minutes. But, I mean, 20 minutes, you know, that's... there's 2 hours. This movie's 2 hours long. 20 minutes is a third of an hour. It's all good. All good. Cole Reed sends in a super chat and says, hey, Rob, because of you, I've gotten into hot toys. I just bought Thena, Gilgamesh, Thanos, Moon Knight, and Doctor Strange. 3,000 Canadian. Cole, welcome to our world. I'm sorry. I don't care about your exchange rate, but by the way, those are all great choices. Unfortunately, Thena and Gilgamesh, I mean, that'll take forever. Moon Knight takes forever. Doctor Strange, which one you bought, I don't know. But Thanos, I was the crazy fucker who bought the 3 Thani. I have all 3 of them. I can't wait to finally put them up in my Modja case. I'm never going to get the throne I bought in 2020. Whatever. It's fine. Maybe they'll never make it. I mean, but what do you think, Lael? Oh, we can't hear you.
You still didn't get that throne yet.
Fuck no, dude.
What the hell?
I know. I saw a picture
Has
of it.
has it been released?
No.
It's released?
I don't
What the
think.
fuck?
I know.
Did you get the sad Thanos? Do you have him?
Of course, come on. I have all 3.
I wasn't sure if you got it yet.
Oh yeah. So that's my goal is to have battle damaged Thanos sitting in the throne like this, and then I have the first Thanos snapping his fingers, Infinity War Thanos, and then I have sad Thanos sitting with the Infinity Gauntlet look like on his knees.
Yeah.
I have this triptych. I've dreamt of it. That's why I spent $1,200 on 3 Thanos figures. I mean, which is ridiculous. But you know what? On the other hand, kind of not. I can't wait to put it in a Modja case, like right over there or there. I haven't decided. It's gonna be great.
Thinking at least in the damn throne, man. Come on.
I know.
Come on.
But Cole, you've taken your first step into a larger world. But you know what?
Oh my God.
Everyone who's buying, I don't think I love hearing people getting into hot toys, but I hate it when they tell me that they bought all these hot toys. I don't think they realize they're gonna have to wait 18 months to get them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Yeah.
you need to buy yourself something that's out there right now.
Which is something I did. I actually went backwards.
Oh, what'd you do?
So I've been eyeing this figure for the longest time, and for a specific reason, I just want it. I have to have it, and I was like, you know what? I keep going back. Look, I bookmarked it. I was like, yeah, I just went ahead and got it. It's the Man of Steel Zod.
Dude.
Oh wow.
Dude, aside from the grimace in the mouth, that figure is awesome.
I cannot wait.
Dude,
wait.
I mean, he's got the kind of funny grimace. Like, I wish.
Yeah.
It was just other than that figure, the costume. I mean, it is
armor.
so good. Wow, did you still get that at retail?
It's funny. I watched Man of Steel yesterday.
I got it. So basically, I got it for like $356. It's not at retail.
That's
It's
not bad.
It's not bad at
All
all.
of those Man of Steel figures are great. All 3 of them. Superman.
Leo,
sorry.
when was that figure made, Leo?
Oh, that was
2014.
about 2013, 2014. So it's been a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Yeah, I wanted it because there are because there's two reasons why I want it. One is because I've been eyeing it for a while. Two is because the rumor is, or what we're hearing, is that Michael was coming back. He's coming back to portray that role
Oh,
in the Flash.
oh, hang on. I didn't talk about the fact that I saw the Flash trailer.
Oh,
Dude, there's a shot. It looked like Kaora. Is it Kaora? There's
yeah.
Kryptonians in that movie.
Yes. Yes.
And we saw the trailer, and I was shocked with the Kryptonian helmet from Man of Steel.
Yeah.
There's Kryptonians in that movie.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. I
Dude.
cannot wait.
Dude,
I cannot wait.
when they open up, there's a shot. I forgot to talk about it. I should have talked about that. There's a shot when they open up, and you see all of the different Batman suits that Michael Keaton had.
Yeah.
And then the last shot of the trailer is it pans up to him with his helmet, cowl off, and he's like, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts."
I can't wait. I cannot wait for
I
that
forgot.
film.
I mean, we didn't. We saw Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. First of all, Black Manta has like a Star Destroyer submarine, a submarine that has a gigantic like Star Destroyer command deck. It's so cool,
Wow.
dude.
I
It's
can't wait.
so cool. First
He's
of all,
getting his just due finally.
yeah, that guy. I mean, he is a beautiful hunka burning love human being. That guy is one handsome dude. I loved him as he was probably the best thing about Watchmen. Regina King and him. I mean, he's just an incredibly physical. Like I'm proud to be of the same human race that he is, because he is one hot dude. And when he's in his Black Manta, like, I don't know why we don't have a Hot Toys Black Manta, but I guarantee you we will.
We will.
You know, we saw the trailer for Black Adam as well. And the trailer was okay, but it still looks dope. I mean, there's so much cool shit in there. I mean, the Warner Brothers, they showed us Black Manta, they showed us Aquaman, which looks fantastic. I mean, it looks so good. And what else did I see? I don't remember. And Shazam.
Black Phone.
We saw Black Phone. We saw the movie, which is great, by the way.
I saw
But
the trailer
Shazam,
for it,
Shazam, Fury of the Gods, Helen Mirren came out. It looks fantastic. And I didn't love
good.
the first Shazam, but it looked great. I want Hot Toys of the entire Marvel family. Why we don't have a Shazam, except that third-party Shazam looks amazing.
Did you see the SSR Shazam?
That's it. That's on the SSR.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah. I can't wait. I cannot wait for that film. That's the thing. Like, I mean, I went back because, again, there's a lot of these figures that we're not going to see for years to come.
Right.
So for me, it was this. I just like, you know what? Let me just go back and find some of the pieces that I haven't seen. That I've been eyeing for a while, and just get those and get them out the way. So, and that was one of the figures I was eyeing. I was like, yeah, I just got to have it.
Oh, dude, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
So good. RRTNZ says, "Hail Rob, Lael, and may the 4th be with you always."
How you doing?
Bob loved is Star Wars sci-fi comic question. Scottish writers Grant Morrison or Mark Miller. Who do you prefer and why? Ooh, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, Grant Morrison and I like them both. I wouldn't say that I prefer one over the other. They all have great work. I mean, Grant Morrison did stuff like Arkham Asylum, and Mark Miller did everything from X-Men to JLA to he did so much stuff. I mean, I like the whole Scottish sensibility. I wouldn't say, do you guys have a preference?
I like Mark Millar. I don't know all the
Yeah.
work about from the other person, but Mark Millar definitely.
Mm.
Mark Millar does some crazy work.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, they're both
Yeah.
great. So,
But it's hard because like they're like it's again their own particular style
mhm.
and a style that's distinctive that you can tell apart,
Yeah.
but both great in their own right. Definitely. Definitely.
King's Portugal says Miami Vice 2006 is a masterpiece. Yes, it is.
Yeah. it
I
is.
don't know why people didn't like it. I love all of Man's films. Robin is Hot Toys, love it. I bet you got Spawn. Well, there is no Spawn Hot Toy, but there is a great Metacom Spawn, and there's a great third-party Spawn coming. The Metacom Spawn's really great, but the Metacom Real Action Heroes, they break. But there is no Hot Toys. But I love Spawn. I'd love to get that figure. David Crabtree, longtime friend of the channel, a longtime friend of the John Campea channel, sends in 2 tips. Greetings, Rob and crew. Just doing some Friday night drawing. With Cinemacon in the rear view, I'm excited about what I heard regarding the very brief Transformers footage that was shown. As a G1 guy, I was never a fan of Beast Wars, but I'm cautiously optimistic. After Bay, who I love as a director, crapped the bed with Transformers 4 and 5, I felt they righted the ship with Bumblebee, so all we can do is hope Stephen Caple Jr. can build on Travis Knight's groundwork. David, I have to say, is it R2? Like, I don't know first-gen Transformers, but it looked to me like the Transformers stuff,
RC.
it was dope. RC is the female, the white female Transformer.
Yeah.
There was a shot of her like holding onto a car, and she like cocks her gun and fires it. It was fucking awesome. The quick and the Optimus was classic G1 Optimus.
Gen 1.
That's
what we need.
It looked awesome, and it was part of a montage that Paramount showed. I know it was quick and all that, but my God, it was dope. And like Gilbert, why are you barking? Can't you come here and just be nice? You're barking at your own barks. It's at least he's not smelling his own farts, I guess. That's he really
Like
thinks
Echo.
he's barking, and I saw it the other night. He keeps barking. He doesn't understand it's his own echo. Gilbert, why don't you come here and sit down? Come here, sit down, buddy. I need dog treats in here. I don't have them. But yeah, anyway, it looked great. The Transformers, it was just quick stuff, but David, it looks awesome. It looks awesome.
Wait. I can't wait.
Edmontonian sends in a super chat and says, "Hey guys, I'm on my 7th old fashioned. Is anyone doing as good as I am?"
Oh, wow.
No.
My
I mean, I have to
goodness.
say, I've been kind of laying off the sauce, and when I was looking at myself in the new John Campea studio, I'm like, I got to lose 50 pounds in like a week. So, and I've been losing. I feel good. I feel tight. I've been like, I was doing the kind of the gun show. Look at that.
Ooh,
Like, not
you're
bad.
getting them
Right?
gains on, huh?
Come on, look at
Got
that.
the guns going, right?
Not bad, man. I can do the gun show. Now I've got to get the. It's not bad. It's all moving those omnibuses. It was all, but 7th old fashioned. I'd love to be on a 7th old fashioned, but I haven't been drinking very much, and I feel terrible about it. Even in Vegas, I'm like, oh my God. It's so funny. I see Gilbert here. Gilbert is such a sweet dog. He's looking around, going, "What is this place? What is happening here?" King Tannic says, "I also bought some of that cinnamon saltwater taffy from Bruce's Candy Kitchen." King, okay, you got to. As everyone knows, my favorite candy on the planet Earth is cinnamon saltwater taffy, only from Bruce's Candy Kitchen in Cannon Beach, Oregon. People always send me cinnamon saltwater taffy from other places, and I appreciate that. I do. But it's not from Bruce's Candy Kitchen. So, King Tannic, you said you bought some, but you didn't tell me how you liked it. Did you like it? I need to know. Darth Plato sends in a tip and says, Top Gun Maverick is not out of bounds with a serving Navy pilot at the age of Tom Cruise. I've heard of serving pilots at that age. Most don't, because it's better money to go civilian and fly commercial. I agree, and that's dealt with in the movie. And that's the whole thing. You know, what if you have somebody who loves what they do? He's not interested in money. You know, and that's what it's all about. Darth Plato goes on to say, I finally got around to watching No Way Home. I have to say, that was a good movie. I don't mean a good comics movie. I mean it was a good movie. And I don't mean nostalgia either. What do you guys think? I mean, now that No Way Home is out on home video, how do you guys feel about the movie?
Here's the thing, it's crazy because I watch it, and here's the thing is like because we had this conversation even during one of the shows, but it's still now that the effects of the nostalgia is worn off, and having the three characters there and stuff like that, you look at it from a totally different ocular, different vantage point.
Sure.
And for me, like I said, I mean, I look at it from there's a lot of heartbreak in this film. Like there's literally like a lot of heartbreak in the film itself.
Oh yeah.
What I like about it is mainly the attempt to not make it a comic book rehash, but take some of the elements and make it your own.
Yeah.
And I like that they did that. I like that, that we got, the story, partially the story from One Last Day? What was it? I forget from
One Fine Day or
One Fine Day.
That's a movie. That's a George Clooney movie.
One last or something like it was. I forget. I have the book.
One More Day or one.
I think it's One More Day or One Last Day or One More Day or something like that. When Peter definitely wants to, he wants. Yeah. So again, having that feel and knowing that where they were going with it, and then it also allowed me to understand which direction Kevin Feige chooses to take when. We have these films that touch on certain aspects of the book, but again, cinematically, it's not going to work. You can't translate that into a cinematic film.
Right.
So there has to be a different approach taken. So that's just the way I looked at No Way Home. We all know that, and there's no spoiler, that he's going to find his way back into the heart of Mary J. So again, it's we know that's going to actually happen, but again, from the way I viewed it this time, I've taken like the comic book aspect out of it and just filmed it, like he said, as a movie, just to kind of deal with the break and the heartbreak within the film. And I thought it was great. I loved it, man. I bought it. Actually, here's the thing. I downloaded the digital copy, but I also bought it on physical media because that's what I do when it comes to these films. You have to have it on
4K. Come on, brother.
Hell yeah, you got to do that, bro.
And it's not. What about you?
Yeah, I love the film. I loved it so much that when I guess someone put the script online and I went and started to read the script, I liked it so much. So I just thought it was interesting. That part where he sees MJ after everything has happened, there's a part in the script where it implies that she recognizes him.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's like all these nuances in the script that or in the subtext of the script, let's say, that I want to delve even deeper into, because overall the film was put together so well and so entertaining to watch that whoever wrote the screenplay, if it is as close to the screenplay, the finished, post-production is as close to the screenplay as possible, I have to say, that even the screenplay alone is fun to read, like just as a table read. So I'm still enjoying it, even beyond the movie, so to speak, beyond the watching it. going over certain parts with people and saying, well, what do you think this meant? That really shows you that we're getting a lot of enjoyment out of it. And I think we're going to continue to get that, as the years go on.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Definitely.
Look, to me, what I find a marvel about the movie is that they got all these actors to come back and be in this film. I mean, it's just crazy to get Tobey Maguire to come back and to get and I love Tick Tick Boom, and I love the first Amazing Spider-Man, and I to have that actor come back, it was great. I mean, I had so much fun. Look, I have problems with some of the movie, but you're dealing with. I mean, what I find so interesting is we're applying such a high bar to these films, and if the Marvel movies meet them, like the people forget how ambitious all of it is. I mean, the ambition of these movies is astonishing. They are shooting beyond the moon to make it all work. Like when I was watching the 20 minutes of Doctor Strange, I'm like, I was astonished. I'm like, wow, in 20 minutes, you're dealing with questions I have from WandaVision. You're dealing with questions I have from Avengers. You're dealing with questions I have with Doctor Strange. I mean, and while it's at a breakneck pace, you're dealing with questions I have about Doctor Strange's personal life and who's getting married and what's going on. I mean, they were like, the idea that it even works at all is astonishing. And we're now so used to it. We're like 28, 29 movies in. And how many TV series? 6 or something? I mean, Moon Knight's dealing with the afterlife that we've already seen in Black Panther. I mean, they're combining all this stuff, and it's all. I just love the ambition of it all, and the fact that they're doing it, and they're doing it. Every time I watch something Marvel, whether it works beautifully or not, I mean, I liked Eternals.
Yeah.
The cosmology of it, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Black Widow. Black Widow to me was like a mid-range Bond film. It didn't suck. These movies don't suck. People are like, well, they don't suck. Even Iron Man. Go back and watch Iron Man 2 again. Tell me that's not a fun movie.
Iron Man 2 is
fucking.
Here's the thing, Rob. You touch on it and that's the thing. It's how we view these films. If you view each individual film as and with the expectation for them all to be, because you're wanting the same feel, you're wanting the same enjoyment or that same viewing experience. And each film has its own level of view. It has its own certain viewing experience.
Yeah.
You can't go on the expectation of seeing the same things through these films. So you got to kind of take yourself out of what you saw from that particular film, view this from a totally different perspective, and you'll have that enjoyment. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when people say, well, it's not the same MCU film. No, it's an MCU film. It's just from a different space.
Well, that's the whole thing.
You have to view it from that.
I mean, I could watch a movie of Florence Pugh and our favorite Black Widow wandering around, going shopping in a mall for 2 hours. Like, I want something with more pockets. I love those characters. I mean, it's so well done. And Black Widow, if it wasn't a Marvel movie, people, it's amazing action, sci-fi, fantasy, horror. It's great. I mean, it's so much fun. Well, people are like, well, it should have come early. Like, who cares? Watch it earlier. I mean, I arrange my Marvel movies in the order I would watch them. I mean, it's like, it's so crazy. What I find so interesting is it's so, and look, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is a singular thing unto itself. It has been created and designed to be this thing. And the fact that we're almost 30 movies in, 30 movies. There's 25 James Bond movies since 1962.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at 30 movies since 2008. And they're all wildly entertaining. There's so much fun.
That's
like, what do you want? Do you want to have like Shawshank Redemption? Hope is a good thing. maybe the best of things. I don't need that in a Marvel movie. I mean, I think Infinity War and Endgame, that double shot is two of the greatest movie-going experiences I've ever had. Now, you have to be predisposed to liking that, but my God, 5 hours of total bliss. The first 25 minutes of fucking Infinity War, if I was dying of cancer and at my last 50 minutes, they're like, well, what are you going to watch? I'm like, I'm going to watch the first 25 minutes of Infinity War, and then I'll talk to the people I love for the next 25 minutes. How about that?
Yeah.
That's pretty much how I'm at with them.
Mm-hmm.
People are like, it's not so good, Rob. I'm like, you know what? Here's the thing. We live in a world now where people expect to be serviced by everyone else. Yeah, you need to show me something good. I'm like, you know what? I maintain that being happy and finding good stuff is a lifestyle choice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have to go into something, and people will say to me, well, Rob, what about your entire vision of Star Trek since 2009? No, it's bad. It's not good. So I don't. I take in every day. I'm like, maybe this episode will be better and not offensively stupid. By the way, I don't know if anyone saw this, but I posted a link to an article from Hollywood Reporter on Twitter about Alex Kurtzman saying the greatest professional and personal failure he ever had in his life was The Mummy, the beginning of the universal dark universe that failed utterly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just tweeted, I put a link to that, and I wrote, Picard says, hold my beer. And Terry Matalas, the showrunner of Picard, tweeted back to me, and he said, I loved Free Enterprise.
Wow.
Yep. And I wrote back to him. Because Terry Matalas was the creator of the 12 Monkeys TV series. I wrote back to him and I said, I love 12 Monkeys. That's all I said. He didn't tweet me back, but you know what? I respect Terry Matalas, but here's what I would say. I'm like, Terry, if I don't like your work, respect the fact that I'm honest about it, and I'll tell you about it. But just because you then come back and say you liked what I've done has nothing to do with what you've done. And I loved what you did with 12 Monkeys. I love that show. I thought it was terrific.
Yeah.
I fucking hate the season 2 of Picard. And I just don't like it. And I will tell you, you know, if you'd hired me to be a script consultant or whatever, I could have sat in your writer's room for about 3 or 4 hours and fixed you right up. But whatever. And I do appreciate that you like Free Enterprise, as you should. But Free Enterprise has nothing to do with Star Trek Picard. And people are like, how could you? Terry Matalas tweeted you. And I'm like, yeah, he did. And it's great. I appreciate he liked what I did. I appreciate that because I know that what I do is either going to be good to great. And I liked what he did with 12 Monkeys. That doesn't mean I have to like what he's doing now. And you know what? I'm not going to lie about it. I mean, everybody who watches this channel knows I will never. People are like, Rob, you're such a Marvel shill. No, I'm not. They don't pay me shit. I love what Marvel does. I do. Because I'm an old school Marvel fan. And everyone's grading these movies as if, like, I'm thinking to myself, like, the Marvel Cinematic Universe should be, like, made for $4 million. And we should be just happy that crazy Marvel costumes are being on these crazy B-list actors. Marvel has become the A-list sci-fi fantasy horror entertainment of all time. And that's pretty crazy. And we're getting it all the time. So, okay. Wait, there's a lot of where are all these super chats? You guys are great. Everyone's watching the show. Our friend Sonny Dominguez sends in a tip and says, Catherine Zeta-Jones, she's that rare Audrey Hepburn quality that many of her contemporaries don't have. Michael Dockery, the gentleman, Downton Abbey, has it too. Cannot be trained or molded. It's in the actor's DNA. Which actors stand out to y'all? That's actually a really good question, Sonny. I would say this quickly. When I was making Free Enterprise, which is the only movie I directed, back then, actors would have to send in headshots. And you'd look at them. And what was interesting was, in a week, I received 10,000 headshots for roles in the film. And what was really interesting was I looked at every one of them, every actor, because I felt it was an obligation for me as a director and a producer to look at everyone because they had to print those photos out, they had to put staple their resumes behind them and then put them in the mail. What was interesting was there was a lot of beautiful people, a lot of really attractive folks, but you could see immediately whether they belonged on film. And what's interesting is that I wasn't looking at the most beautiful people in the world. I was just looking at a cross-section of people that all wanted to be actors. If you look at the great actors in Hollywood, like Meryl Streep is a beautiful woman, but she's not a conventionally beautiful woman. If you look at her early roles, like in Manhattan or The Deer Hunter, when you first saw her, she's clearly beautiful, but she's offbeatly beautiful. And that's what makes her cinematic. And you look at like CW shows, and there's all these generically handsome people, beautiful girls, handsome guys, but they're interchangeable. There's nothing about, you can't recognize them. I look at these, this actor was in such and such. I'm like, were they? They look the same. We used to love people. We used to love the diversity of people, the way they looked, the way they felt. Now we become like, everybody looks at pretty people on headshots and like, yeah, that guy's great. I think the world has changed, but I agree with you, Sonny. Real actors, real stars with real staying power are not just your typical beautiful people next door. What do you guys think?
I think that there has to be an additional appeal to a person as a performer. You know, it's a performance art. It's more than just perhaps the way that you look. Yeah. And, you know, that this art form of acting involves so much more than just your physical appearance. And that can't be shoved to the side. It can't be discounted. You know, not everyone who looks incredible can perform this way. And that's why there's a select few of people who get these roles and are able to give us what we're looking for, something that we believe in, that they can convey on a screen or on the stage or, you know, on the radio, wherever it is. But it's not easily done. And even for voice actors, there has to be some sort of nuance for those individuals who do this voice acting that takes a lot of energy. It's a lot of expression. And it's well-trained individuals who are taking on these roles. It's not something that is just inherent in everyone. And to be able to honestly make yourself vulnerable, that people can see that in you, I always think is a rather scary thing to do as an actor, showing your vulnerability, showing emotions on video, and it's there forever. You know, people can forever see you at a vulnerable moment, even if it's an acting role. It's still a very vulnerable, exposed moment. I think it's very interesting to look at it from that point of view, because I personally would not want anyone to see me at a vulnerable moment, but they're constantly putting themselves in positions like that for roles. So I think it's very interesting to want your audience to see that side of you, and to do it well, continuously do it well. It's very interesting.
By the way, you sent me a picture of yourself the other day. Today?
Yeah, that sounds very suspicious, doesn't it?
No, but I haven't talked to you. I mean, it was so cute, so delightful. You look so lovely in this photo. I looked at it really,
Thank you.
A beautiful smile. It really made my day. I have to say, I was like, oh, you know, because it was
That
not
is so
some
kind.
it was not some glamour puss photo. It was just your beautiful face
No.
smiling, and you could feel the emotion, the genuine emotion. I have to say that I was like, you know what? When a lovely lady sends you a picture like this, you just have to acknowledge the fact that isn't it great you know people like her? Yeah, that's what I say. So thanks for that picture. You look
Oh, thank
lovely.
you, Robert.
Uh,
Thank
um,
you.
no, it's just true. It just I loved it. It was just a great picture. A great picture of you. It was just your face smiling. You know, it was just natural. It was great.
Yes.
Loved it. This is going to be controversial. Lael, just put your hands down and take a deep breath.
Okay.
Am I the only one? Spencer P says, am I the only one who feels like Star Wars is overrated? The original trilogy is great, but 75% of what's come out since is either bad or meh. Well, is that true?
I got to position myself a bit to kind of really, because here's the thing, because I listen, I hear that, and I'm like, okay, so I'm an OG fan, of course. So I'm an original trilogy fan, OT. I love, Star Wars, Empire, Jedi. So basically, like, I'm the original, trilogy fan. Um, what the sequels have done is allowed me to appreciate the prequels now. You know what I mean? Even more, because I was looking for a certain level of cohesiveness.
Yeah.
What we got from the trilogy, it was all over the place. So everybody knows that. And I don't even basically want to rehash on that.
Are you talking about the sequel trilogy?
The sequel trilogy, yes. The sequel trilogy, yeah, I was like, yeah. So we know how that ended. Even though it had there were some great moments. There were certain moments in there that do stand out.
Sure.
It was still a messy
Gobbledygook.
display. Exactly. It was just completely messy. However, what we're getting from some of the Disney, like what we're getting from The Mandalorian, it's Dave Filoni's and Jon Favreau's love letter to the fans.
Yep.
But also basically they're giving us a certain level of cohesiveness, but they're trying to basically tie it and make sense of some of the, like you said, gobbledygook that we actually got from some of these films. And to say that, and I agree, there are certain, aspects of it that's, but to say that it's overrated, I mean, for me, and I can only speak from my where I'm coming from. From me, it's a totally different experience. I grew up on these films. I grew up on these characters. I followed these particular journeys. I've been able to see, the excitement, that expands generations. You know what I mean? I was there in 1977 to watch the first film.
Me too.
I basically sat there and watched Star Wars for the first time.
A life-changing
Exactly.
experience.
It was life-changing. Empire came out, and it was such an amazing experience.
Yep.
They've elevated constantly with these films. For me, because I'm an actual fan, I may have a totally different experience from another person. So from you, yes, he may feel that way, and you're perfectly entitled to have your opinion when it comes to it. And I won't take that away from you because you might have a totally different experience. For me, I'm going to enjoy the films. I'm going to love Star Wars for what it is. I will call them out when certain things aren't done correctly. Just like Rob, you'll call out Star Trek when certain things aren't done right. So
like everything in the last
exactly
13
so,
years.
I mean, where the Mandalorian had its success, Boba Fett was divisive and it failed in certain aspects, but it still gave us certain things that were good.
By the way, can I tell you something really interesting?
Yeah.
I did a Designing Hollywood podcast
Yeah.
interview today with Shauna, who is the costume designer for Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
When Boba Fett returned in Mando season 2, and she designed his black robes.
Yeah.
I said, "Did you know that those were Tuscan?" Like, she's like, "No."
She had no idea.
No idea. And she talks about her design philosophy of what she went to.
Mhm.
And they're like, they didn't tell me. And I was like, I thought that was so cool. And then those robes, those black robes, were then incorporated into Boba Fett's.
Into his, yeah.
And I have to say, this is why I love doing the Designing Hollywood podcast, because people don't even know how geeky I am.
Yeah.
You know, and I get to ask these questions. And when she said that, I'm like, really? And then she's like, but, you know, when I started working on Book of Boba Fett, that Jon Favreau had thought about this in advance. I'm like, did he know? Like, really?
Yeah.
And like, she doesn't
Yeah.
know, because that's not her job. She's just the costume designer. But she loved, and by the way, we talked about Hot Toys figures. She showed a Boba Fett. She showed her first gen Mando figure that still was lacking Beskar armor. You know, I mean, and it was interesting. And
Yeah.
let me ask you both something. Here's my problem with our franchises. I feel that the people that control our franchises, whether it's Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who, whatever, they're all new, young, exciting writers, whatever. They're being hired to write these things. But because they're not steeped in the lore. They didn't grow up with it. There's no way that they can ever here's what I found so interesting. Top Gun, and Chris McQuarrie was one of the writers. I watched Top Gun, and I don't, the fact that Top Gun is a franchise is weird at all. It's just bizarre. But when I was watching this movie, I'm like, the people that are making this film, they looked at Top Gun and they broke it down and they thought about it and they understood everything they needed to about Top Gun to make Top Gun Maverick. And what I find part of my own fandom about Star Trek was all of the ancillary things, like the encyclopedias or the Star Trek time chronology, and none of modern Star Trek takes any of that into consideration. They just willy-nilly retcon, change, whatever. And I'm like, it's almost like these people are bulls in china shops. And there's this interesting lore that had been created over almost 50 years. And these people, since 2009, have destroyed it all. Like, they've just come in and said, now we're going to change it all. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, but why? For why, as Chris Carr would say.
Like, what was the point? Yeah.
Why are you doing this? Like, and what's so funny is what I used to love about the ancillary stuff. Like, I've got a whole shelves of reference books about Star Trek, where a lot of it's all reconciled, and the Akuda's doing the chronology or the encyclopedia. You can't do that with modern Star Trek, because all of it has contradicted what's come before. None of it makes any kind of sense. When you go back in time from the 24th century in Deep Space Nine, in Troubles and Tribulations, and you find Kirk's Enterprise, and then you watch Discovery or Strange New Worlds Enterprise, it doesn't look anything like that. Strange New Worlds cannot exist in the Star Trek continuum. And they're like, well, it's just a visual update. I'm like, no, you inherited a fictional future. The future is not our future. It's immutable. It doesn't change. And this idea since 2009 is we're going to change the look of everything. You could take the same model of the Starship Enterprise that existed in 66 and relight it, or add new details to it and upgrade it, which they don't do. They actually do complete changes and then ask you to believe in it. Now, if people didn't grow up with it, I get it. But for me, I have so many reference books that chart the lineage of all these starships, and then nothing in 2009 since works. None of it fits. It drives me crazy. I don't know what that means, but there you go. Now, is Star Wars overrated, Lael? I don't think it is.
No.
I think that it's created a mythology. Some of it's good, some of it's bad, but there's been comics and novels and video games, And Force Unleashed or
Yeah.
Shadows of the Empire, those were great games. I love those.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna, you know what? There's always gonna be challenges in expansion. There's going to be challenges when you're expanding the universe because then you're in so many different stories,
Oh.
So, and while you're doing it, you're trying to keep it closely, very close to, what we've gotten, with films, within comics. You want to keep it, whereas it's not going to be as cohesive, but you're trying to keep it as closely as possible, really related to like those stories. You know what I mean? So to say that it's overrated, no, I don't think it's overrated. I think it occupies a comfortable space at the moment where it should be. And I don't think that, they're trying to, when the writers, are sitting back and they're coming up with these storylines and these narratives, you know what I mean? They're doing it clearly based off of the source material that's been given, the information that's been given about the past, about the present, and they're supposed to basically steer in the right direction based on what they've been provided. And the thing is, we're there along for the ride, to enjoy it. You know what I mean? And that's basically where we're supposed to sit. So I'm not going to say it's overrated. I'm not going to say it's underrated. I'm going to say it occupies a comfortable space right now where it should. And like I said, right now there is a lot of damage control to be had, or and repair to be had. But again, I think they're in the perfect position to do so. So I'm excited. And the thing is, I'm going to be a bit biased when you ask this question about Star Wars, just like anybody would be biased about a genre that they love. But I respect where you're coming from. So that's the thing. That's where we can meet each other. So the level of respect, even though if I disagree on certain things, I still respect it because you see it from a totally different standpoint. So that's it.
Yeah, I was just going to say this channel is a safe space for everyone. And, we know there's going to be different opinions and views because that's just how the world is. And, we welcome that. So,
Well, I have a lot of new subscribers. I don't know if there are any here, but the guiding philosophy of this channel is that, and say it with me now, every single person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear.
Exactly.
And all you have to do is listen. And the thing is, I like disagreement. I like people that disagree. I think one of the things I thought one of the great things about being a mature adult is that we would be able to talk to one another and not want to kill each other at the end of the day. I mean, I think one of the great tragedies of our post social media world is respect for one another. And I've often pointed out, I mean, to quote or to second Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen's revelation when he realizes he has to come back and save the earth, every single human being on this planet, is a miracle. In the entire cosmic infinitude of creation, which is vast and limitless. And by the way, there's going to be a really exciting announcement. We don't know what it is, made by scientists who, one of our deep, not Hubble and not, I forget which telescope it is, but they figured out black holes or whatever. So the universe is amazing, and what's most amazing is each one of us. There's only one of us in the entire cosmic infinitude of creation, which means we, each of us, are the most precious substance in existence.
Yeah.
And yet we don't know it. And we're not here for very long. And it's an amazing thing. So people are always like, well, Rob, why do you bitch and moan about these franchises? Well, here's the thing. Art, all of this gives us meaning. It all means something to us. And when it's not taken, if we have something that we love and it's not taken seriously and it's undermined, it's frustrating. And I think that, yeah, my Star Trek, certainly my identity is wrapped up in it, because for me it lived, grew, and evolved from the time I was born. I mean, I was born after Star Trek debuted, all the way up through 2005. Good Star Trek, bad Star Trek. I wasn't somebody like, oh, I love all Star Trek. No, highly critical. It wasn't until 2009 when someone decided, well, we have to go back to we're going to reboot Kirk and Spock. And I was like, why? You watched Kirk and Spock grow old and die in this. That was amazing from a pop culture standpoint. And then Star Trek The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise, new crews, new characters. And then they decided to, like, have other actors play Kirk, Spock, and McCoy and whatever. Like, okay, but we watched them grow old and die. In the continuity of Star Trek, you had the original series from 66 to 69. Then you had the animated series in 73, 74. Then you had Star Trek The Motion Picture in 79. So from 66 to 79, these characters grew and evolved. How many people do that in pop culture? You know, they go into middle age and they've all got problems. And then we watched Star Trek 2 in 82, Star Trek 3 in 84, Star Trek 6 in 86, Star Trek 5 in 89, and Star Trek 6 in 91. So from 66 to 91, we watched these characters grow and evolve and age. And so that was what Star Trek became, the fact that you could do that. And then in 87, when Next Generation was released, and then Deep Space Nine and Voyager, you watched this universe grow. And you could, from 66 to 2005, you literally had 200 years of this fictional universe that you could follow and watch the lineage of uniforms and ship design and all this stuff. And that was part of what was cool about it. Now, what we're getting now from 2009 is they've gone back and they're trying to retcon everything we already watched as fans for decades. And rather than learn the lesson of Star Trek, which is create something new and move it forward, they've gone back and they are retconning everything. Spock has a sister and has a learning disability. And you know what? I'm like that. I'm like, first of all, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. You do not get to go retcon characters you didn't create. This should be a fucking rule. If you inherit a franchise, you do not get to go retcon a character that's 50 fucking years old. Fuck you. Because you didn't create that character, and what you're doing is you're bringing in a sensibility that didn't even exist when the character was created. So you narcissistic motherfuckers, fuck off. And I'm watching this in Star Trek, and it pisses me off. And I've been watching it for 13 fucking years. These fucking writers, allow me, they're so fucking arrogant and narcissistic and fucking lame that they're going back and changing these characters. Oh, look, Gilbert came back. It's okay. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I know. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm calm.
You know, Robert.
But I don't like that.
When I think about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I think about the original series and the Next Generation, we did get really lucky that way because while the books did give us a lot of lore and background, we were lucky to get the series and then the movies afterwards that continued those two series for us for like almost a 30-year period. You know, it's very rare to get series that you could do something like that. And I know that, what was it? It wasn't First Contact. It was the one with the Nexus where they tied in, generations, with Kirk's death and everything. And that was kind of controversial. Not a lot of people like that. I loved it. I thought that they tried to think of a way that they could include that. And I don't think it retconned anything or did anything bad to Kirk. I didn't like to see him die that way. I didn't like that.
Yeah, I was like,
But
I
you
just
know,
I didn't
don't.
like seeing him hanging on that and then the way they flipped it off. It was just I was like, come on, man. Yeah, no.
But we got really lucky to even get though that many films in that
Yeah.
time period. Robert
Yeah.
was
No,
very unusual,
no,
and
it's
I
true.
think that you know not all the films were perfect, but you know very few franchises got what they got. What you know that was a golden time, I think, in regards to production value, in regards to continuity, in regards to performances from the actors, even which we used to take for granted too. But now I don't take for granted the performance of well-trained actors in Star Trek anymore. You know, you can see the difference in some of the performance levels
Oh,
of the going forward. But personally, I think that you know the first film where Chris Pine was in that retcon version, I think he's a great actor. I think that you know he, along with a bunch of other actors in that film, were great
oh,
actors, and they kind of wasted an opportunity with having them, but forcing them to play something that
Yeah.
felt maybe a little unnatural. You know, like you know it didn't flow nicely like they hoped it would. And I think that was an indication that you know it was off. There was something off about it. So even though they gave a great performance, you know it doesn't feel like it fits into anything. It's you know it just doesn't have that nice flow like the rest of all the series and movies seem to have. Even Generations
yeah.
still had a nice flow to it from one segment to another, you know. And they didn't have to put that in there. Like Kirk didn't need to be in there. I know that. But
Yeah.
if he were not in there, we could have had someone else in there. I think the story still would have worked. But, you know, they wanted to do something and they didn't want it to be too dramatic. You know, I felt that was kind of like, you know, just a little sidebar. Guess who else happens to be here? I think it should have been Guinan that helped him, you know, but she's technically speaking not there. But the point is that, you know, there was some thought at least put into trying to connect things together, some sort of consideration, having actors that enjoyed playing these roles, that it meant something to them. But I also have to wonder to myself that going forward and looking at how the IP has been treated, whether or not these writers even care what they're writing about. And I know that they have an agenda to put this stuff in, but you know, even with an agenda, you still have to have some level of quality to your writing. And you know, I think it shows that. I think that lack of quality shows. Even if it was a completely biased show, at least if it had a great story, we could watch it and say, well, I don't really agree with that, but that was interesting to see the, you know, the connection between Michael and this other person. But we're not getting that either. So the performances are okay, the writing is not great, you know, the rest of the stuff is subpar. And it you know, it's kind of sad that it's gone in this direction. But you know, I think that they, as far as I'm concerned, they missed a huge opportunity having Pine and Saldana. All those actors could have played other roles, and it would have been fantastic having them play new roles or other roles in the lore that we haven't seen before. Because continually, when you have these new, it would have been something very different. Because I don't think they would have been good playing a Voyager role or a Deep Space Nine role or any of those series. I think they would have had to create new characters for these actors. And maybe they could have been the Strange New World actors. Who knows? But they missed a huge opportunity with having those young actors, up and coming actors at the time, to kind of reinvigorate the series in a way.
Look, I find the whole idea of doing Strange New World so bizarre. So basically what they want to do is recreate the failed pilot that was The Cage. You know, Captain Pike and all that has been part of one of the great things in any kind of fandom is lore. We all love lore. And one of the great moments, especially in other than Lord of the Rings, in the early late 60s, early 66, was, so for those of you who don't know, quick recap, when Star Trek was originally pitched to the NBC, they made a pilot called The Cage, where Jeffrey Hunter played Christopher Pike, Leonard Nimoy played Spock, Majel Barrett played number one. It was shot in 1965. It was rejected. The studio didn't like it. They called it too cerebral, famously, or maybe that's apocryphal. It was rejected, whatever reason. But because of Lucille Ball and Desi Liu, Gene Roddenberry was able to make a second pilot, which inexplicably was aired third when Star Trek was broadcast. So everyone's like, well, Rob, if I'm going to watch Star Trek from the beginning, I have to watch The Cage. No, hear me now. The Cage is a rejected pilot. It was failed Star Trek. However, what they did in the first season of Star Trek, the 66-67 season, was they took that failed pilot and they created a 2-part episode of Star Trek in the first season called The Menagerie, Part 1 and 2. That is 2 of the finest hours of science fiction television you'll ever see. It's also genius because it gives Star Trek a history. No show had lore before. Not really, other than what you saw on the screen. But The Menagerie 1 and 2 took the character of Spock and said, you know what? Here's what he did 11 years ago. We found out that Spock served on the Enterprise underneath Christopher Pike for 11 years. What? What? And then we saw it happen. But then you realize, well, these people all came up in the ranks as a quasi-military organization, so sure you had time. Incorporating that failed pilot as part of the original series was great. However, these clever writers, they've all gone back. Everyone goes back to the fucking Cage and the Menagerie and looks at Pike. Star Trek 09, Bruce Greenwood, Captain Pike comes back. Sarek, another character, Spock's father, keeps coming back. Star Trek 09, he comes back. He comes back in Discovery. They keep going back to the well. Well, these characters are not yours. You know, and what I hate is what I cannot stand is these fucking writers, especially on Star Trek. There's so much out there that they can steal from. Spock's first name in Strange New Worlds is taken from a Star Trek novel from 1985. It's like, okay, by Barbara Hambly, Ishmael. Are you going to pay her for that? And they're always like, well, no, it was a novel written for Paramount, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, but you're stealing her idea. Whoever wrote the episode that names him, you have stolen from another writer. Pay her. And if you don't, fuck off. And if you don't come up with your own shit, that's all I'm saying. I mean, I get Star Trek, I think creatively has been raped and pillaged since the way that Vikings would to someone. I don't want anyone to get triggered. I mean it from a literary idea, but it's really gross how Star Trek has been, these writers have, since 2009, we're going to go back and we're going to reclaim characters that we didn't create and change them. And the funny thing about Star Trek was, from 1966 to 2005, it went forward, grew, expanded. All the writers that came on board, they created new characters, new situations. They created 250 years of continuity. These people, Discovery, a prequel series from the Pike era. Strange New Worlds, a prequel series from the Pike era. Picard, a sequel series to TNG. No one in modern Star Trek from 2009 to now has created anything entirely new. And in doing that, they're destroying and retconning all of this other stuff. I mean, thank God the Akutas don't have to update their Star Trek encyclopedia, because this shit doesn't make any sense. What we're watching, everyone's got trauma. Picard's mother killed herself? Fuck you. Are you telling me in the 24th century a woman couldn't get help and everyone looks like they're from an Oliver Twist movie? It's so gross. What they're doing with Star Trek is just fucking gross. It is gross. Everyone's
It's like
got
a cross between Oliver Twist and the Lady in White.
I mean, Jesus Christ. It
I
is
mean, it's so
so
bizarre.
It's so bizarre. It's so gross. And you know what?
Yeah.
It's not only is it gross, like I get it. You want to get Patrick Stewart wants to incorporate. Look, I get it. Actors want to incorporate their real experience into. They want to method act or whatever. But you know what? It's the 24th century. People who had mental illness get it fixed. That's the part of the. Star Trek has turned a hopeful future into dystopian murder world, and I'm tired of it. You know, because that's easy. Every person who's written for modern Star Trek, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, they have a pockmark on their record. But whatever. I've just gone off. Where are we?
Something else that I think is very interesting is that they've also managed to, bring on political individuals onto the show, actual political activists onto the show. And my argument has always been, if you're going to have one on, you should probably have a variety of them showing different points of view, which traditionally Star Trek has always done that. You know, there's a problem. There's one person who thinks it should be solved this way, another person who thinks it should be solved another way, and that's the episode. How do they resolve this conflict? And I think it could have been very interesting had they gone ahead and done something like that with the series, because it would have shown, in the future, at least there is some hope that, we can kind of work together.
No, man.
But
Stacey
you should have
Abrams
shown
is
both sides.
Stacey Abrams is the president of the Federation. Like, really? Really? We had cameos on Star Trek The Next Generation. Mae Jemison, a proud black woman, also a real fucking astronaut.
Yes, she
was on
is,
Star
yes.
Trek. I mean, Data, played cards with Einstein and Stephen Hawking, the real Stephen Hawking, who played himself in a holographic simulation. I mean, but when you have Stacey Abrams as the president of the Federation, she's not even a great Democratic politician. Is she going to be president? Like, really? And when you do that, I think that when you do that kind of overt political messaging, you alienate your audience. And not, if you're going to do that, is Stacey Abrams the person you want to say, look at this person, they're going to be president of whatever? Are they?
But they also put her on the spot. They're pressuring her with this, and it's unfair by having her on the show with other people with differing views. It allows her to kind of stand out with her view, but also show that collectively she is willing, or whoever is willing, to work together. And, I think that's always been a message that Star Trek has had, for perpetuity, the importance of trying to work together, even though we have different views. And they're not reflecting that in the show.
No. And by the way, they've even, Alex Kurtzman has said, we're using Star Trek. They've turned Star Trek into a propaganda machine. And also it's unimaginative. That's what I hate. Like, in the 32nd century, we have a character who's like non-binary. I mean, what I find really interesting about the non-binary or gay characters, Star Trek had interspecies relationships. Sarek, who's a Vulcan, married a human woman. We had the Trills who were truly transgendered. They would assume they would have the symbiotes would be in male and female bodies. This is science fiction.
Yes.
This is science fiction.
We had Tasha Yar, who had a relationship with Data even. So there was a woman who was having a sexual relationship with artificial intelligence.
Fully functional. And what I find so distressing is in the 32nd century, 1,000 years from now, you had a character from the 32nd century who decides she's non-binary or is a non-binary character, telling a gay man from the 23rd century to please address her by her pronouns. Now, on one hand, I understand what they're doing. But on the other hand, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? The humans 1,000 years from now, with all of our technology, transhumanism, Borg technology, human beings would have been engaging in sexual relationships with creatures, all kinds of aliens we don't know about. And you want to use that kind of overt, on-the-nose messaging? Star Trek is allegorical. You know, the whole thing is you're just supposed to give us an alien race. One of my favorite episodes of Enterprise, I've said this many times, from the second season, is called Cogenitor, where the Enterprise, the NX-01, Archer's Enterprise, they're studying a sun. And while they're doing it, they find another alien craft, an alien race they've never met before. And they meet this alien race, and they bring them over for dinner, and it's hunky-dory, and everyone's getting along. And they find out that there's a third gender. This alien race has a third gender they need to procreate. And Trip, this third gender, is treated horribly from our perspective. They're considered, the lowest of the low, like just a tool to procreate. Well, Trip doesn't like this. Trip tries to teach this third gender to read and explain why you have to live life well enough. And I'm not going to tell you what happens at the end, but it's devastating. And it's a great cautionary tale about why we should not impose our values on everyone, because we don't quite understand all of it. It's a great Star Trek story. It's a great science fiction story. It is far more sophisticated than the bullshit sophomoric writing that we've had in Star Trek since 2009. They don't know how to do it. And they have no science fiction literary background. And it angers me to watch it. It makes me angry. Because, and by the way, if you like it, that's fine. I don't begrudge you if you like it. Because, a lot of people are coming to it for the first time. They've never seen it. And there's a lot of people that can't look at 60s Star Trek and take it at all seriously. They're like, well, look at the lighting and the sets and the costume design and the Gorn looks so goofy. I get it. I get all that. I mean, I understand that. I can't expect somebody to go back 55 years and, watch any TV show, whether it's Leave It to Beaver or I Dream of Jeannie or Gilligan's Island or My Three Sons, and be like, oh my God, I love this show. I get it. I understand. But modern Star Trek is infantilized, and it is terribly written. And this new season of Picard, I want to fucking shove down a fucking disposal. And we got one more episode left. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be angry. Let's go back to a super chat, shall we? Bert. This is kind of funny. Bert says, what is the over-under that Sybil Shepherd and or Bruce Willis make a cameo appearance in Wednesday's Moon Knight finale? Reprising their 80s roles, Bert, I'd say 0. But you know what? It would be cool. I like moonlighting. Bob Tozzi sends in a $10 super chat and says, I have that Panasonic Plasma 3D TV as well. And I haven't upgraded to 4K because I don't want to lose the 3D. The active glasses for that set make a night and day difference viewing 3D in the theater. Bob, you know what? That's why that 3D TV is inside and the 4K OLED Dolby Vision's here. I agree with you. I don't want to give it up. It's awesome. Do either one of you have 3D TVs?
No,
No,
I don't.
I definitely don't. I don't have. My Toya had one once before, but I don't.
No, I think it's great. I mean,
I
people
just like all of mine are just like 4K.
No, they killed it. They killed it. I mean, 4K Dolby. It's all. I understand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ashley Chase sends in a super chat and says, Rob, I got my BD85 finally.
Yes, he did.
he got his BD 85 the other day, and I can't
Yes.
stop looking at it. I love it. 3,000. Well, as you should. I mean, my God, that battle damage. I assume BD 85 means battle damage Tony Stark off Endgame armor. Dude, Lael, come on. Is that the shit or what?
Yeah,
It's
it
pretty good.
is.
I've
It
never
is.
Congratulations,
I've
Ash.
never opened mine. It's terrible.
The BD-85 is so. The thing is, and I was this close, literally, of passing on it. I really was. I was this close from doing it, but I didn't. And I'm kind of glad that I didn't.
God bless you, sir.
Yeah, I didn't. I kept it because the thing is, I did it. I kept it because I didn't want to recreate the iconic pose. I wanted to do something totally different. Like I
Right.
don't like recreating that. So I wanted
Everyone
to do
does the
something.
same thing. He's on his knees and the thing.
Yeah,
I am
like,
Iron
yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I wanted to do something totally different. Like, so I wanted to use the battle damage effect to just show that he was in heavy combat. So that's more so how I wanted to basically play it. So, but yeah, it's a masterpiece. It's a decent piece, man. Definitely is.
Yeah, it's great. I think I have a lot of the six scale new age toys arcades things.
Mhm.
I think I'm going to have my battle damaged Iron Man Mark 85 armor. I think he's going to be playing Tempest. Just
Yeah.
have him playing Tempest on the six scale Tempest, just because Tempest always used to beat me up when I was a kid. So, Gage sends in a tip and says, "Rob, what was the third movie they showed you at Comic-Con? I only saw people talk about Top Gun and Black Phone. They only showed two. I'm so hyped for Multiverse of Madness. Do you think we'll get any other cameos besides the Illuminati? If you could pick two cameos besides the Illuminati members, who would they be?" Well, I would Gage. I think that we are going to get that. We've already seen live action Captain Carter. In terms of look, I would love to see Reed Richards. Well, and I guess you said aside from the Illuminati, I want to see Namor and Reed Richards.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I mean, cameos. There's so many different, like, the thing to me is what I really liked about the first 20 minutes of Doctor Strange is they set up a very specific story. Now, the story itself lends itself to all kinds of cameos, but the story they're setting up is really interesting. And I have to say, I don't care about cameos. They're cool and all, as long as here's what's going to happen. They're going to give us a lot of cameos. I think the Illuminati is not going to do well in this movie. Let me just say that. But I just want to see a good movie with a great story. And the first 20 minutes I saw was really good. But in terms of cameos, I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that anybody who's a cameo they're going to show is just going to die.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, I don't know if I want that, but it seems like because they kind of have to based on the story. I mean, I like the fact I'd like to see other X-Men from the Fox universe, maybe. What do you guys think?
I think, yeah, I think what I would actually want to see, the only cameo that I think would make sense to me, besides the simple fact that we're going to see Wanda's children, is I'm hoping that we get a reference to Vision, or Vision does pop up in this movie, especially since we have the White Vision still out there. So that would be decent. It would make sense. Magneto definitely would make sense if we would actually see Magneto in this film, and from some reference point. But again, I mean, I don't want to put it this way. I don't want to even talk about cameos because I don't want to set myself up for something that's not going to happen. I just want to enjoy a good film. That's it.
I agree.
I just want to, and the one cameo that I am excited about, I did get a chance to see in the trailer, and I like proving Justin wrong. So I was so happy to see, because I'm literally, I remember when both him and Will were like we would never actually see a live action or any of the characters from What If in live action. Nah, they're just not going to have. Marvel's not going to do that. No, they'll never do that. We'll never see it. Okay,
We're getting more than one.
exactly.
We're getting more than one. And in terms of
Okay.
Doctor Strange, we're getting multiple What If Doctor Stranges.
Yes. That's why I was like, okay, we're getting it. You just wait, and yes, it's been proven. So there you go.
I agree.
Now, Robert, do we have any more super chats?
So many.
I'll be right back.
Mega YouTube 99 says, "Hey guys, Rob, you're my favorite part of the John Campy show. Don't tell John." Well, thank you for that. I watched the first 2 Blade movies for the first time, and they surprisingly hold up. I love them, and Blade has become my most anticipated project in the MCU. I was wondering what you guys think of the first 2. Ooh, well, I have to say it. The first Blade was transcendent at the time it came out. I mean, the opening 10 minutes of Blade with Tracy Lords and the remix of New Order and the introduction of Blade was so cool. I mean, back in the late 90s, that was so dope. And, the whole, when the DJ puts his arms out and looks up with his weird glasses and the blood comes out of the sprinkler system. I mean, that's not just iconic. I mean, it's one of my favorite scenes in any comic book movie that people don't talk about now because we're almost 25 years away from that. It was amazing. And then Guillermo del Toro directed Blade 2, which is interesting. I don't love it as much as I like Blade 1. They're both imperfect films. What do you think about Blade?
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. For me, I don't. Is Mahershala Ali going to be playing Blade, Robert?
Yes, and we heard his voice in the end of Eternals.
Yeah, I think he's gonna. It's gonna be hard to fill the shoes of the previous actor in Blade, because he just was so
Wesley Snipes. He was so good.
He was incredible, and his physique, his body, just like from head to toe, he just was so perfect, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
For this character, and just and I know that he's trained in martial arts and everything, but just even trying to replicate that, it's going to be hard. He almost looked like a superhero, physically.
Oh, he was incredible.
And so it's going to be really hard to kind of fill those shoes. And Mahershala Ali certainly does have the ability to act and play in this role for sure, especially with 2 Academy Awards. But I don't know. I'd have to really see him in full gear to be convinced that this other person is Blade now. So I still enjoy seeing Wesley Snipes as Blade. Like that's not ever going to go away. He's always going to look incredible in that film to me and be the epitome of the character for me. I think he had a certain bravado about him that fit well, that I don't necessarily see in Mahershala. So I wonder how that will, a certain level of edginess almost that I think was necessary to make it work. And I don't necessarily see that in Mahershala. So if Mahershala could show that part of himself as his character, I would be very surprised and very happy to see that. But physically, his conditioning, I'm skeptical on.
Yeah. Well, look, Lael, what do you think about Mahershala Ali as Blade, and how do you feel about the previous Blade films?
Love the actual. The only film that I didn't like, I'll say, is Blade Trinity. I'm sorry.
I'm with you 100%.
I did not like that film at all. It was a major fallback. You know what I mean? And it didn't advance the character in a way that I would want to actually wanted to see it. But again, Blade 1 and 2, thoroughly enjoyed them. Um, just reading the comics itself, understanding so much about the character, in general, um, I think it was the right choice to pass it on to Mahershala, especially because in depth where the character goes. Could Wesley have actually picked up the torch and ran with it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he could have actually gotten himself conditioned to play another role. But again, Marvel is looking for a certain level of longevity. We know that. And I think that with Mahershala, he has the coolness, he has that suave type of, but also like if you saw you see certain films, he proves that he can be that character. The only thing is, like I said, the attitude, the bravado, and what I think he can actually bring to the character, I think he has it. The the physical attributes of it, he is like even right now conditioning himself. There are things that behind the scenes we're seeing him, training with some of the best in martial arts, some of the martial artists and trainers that he actually has. He's doing that right now. So
Right.
he's getting himself really, really conditioned. And I think he's going to do a great job. Just kind of have to wait and see. I think that, you know, Kevin Feige selected him for, a specific reason or wanted him for a specific reason. And I think we'll see it. I think I'm right now, I'm just excited that we're going to get a Blade in general. Because there's so many places and ways that they can actually take this character, and he entered in it he's introducing and opening the door for other characters to step through. So I'm just happy. I'm excited.
I agree. I mean, I think it's gonna be great. I think what they do with, first of all, Mahershala Ali is one of our great actors, and he's he was
Yes, he
great in Luke Cage, and it's gonna be great to see him come back and play Luke to play Blade, the Daywalker. I can't wait. I mean, I think it's been really.
I'm excited.
Really
I can't wait.
A great question, by the way. Let's see. I'm looking at King Tannic says Transformers 4: Age of Extinction is the Citizen Kane of the Transformers franchise. Come on, guys, dude. Come on now. That's you. Come on. You can't say that. First of all, I'm not a Transformers hater. I love the first film, and I love Transformers 3: Dark Side of the Moon. I think the Battle of Chicago is insane. I love the whole idea that Transformers were on the moon. The rest of the Transformers movies are not my speed. Do you guys like Transformers? What do you think?
I like them. I think that it's fun to watch the cars, change into, robots, so to speak, and not just the cars, but so I watched the cartoon in the 80s. I think it's a great franchise, and yeah, I like it.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Okay, so being born in the 70s, child of the 80s, following the Gen 1, following that journey, those characters that were so rich in how we seen them. Even the journey with, Spike and his relationship with Bumblebee. Just how, we followed these characters, the iterations of Prime, even the animated film that dropped. When we lost Prime, just the sheer magic of Gen 1 characters.
Right.
I was excited to see.
Yeah.
And that's where my love of Transformers lived. My love for Transformers died. From the first iteration of Michael Bay's film. I'm sorry. I did not like any of those films at all. I was so upset. I was so angry with what they basically did. How you feel about Star Trek when it comes to Transformers is how I basically feel. I'm telling you, yo, I hated him, and I till this now. Bumblebee was a tad bit of redemption because we did get a chance to see the Gen 1 version of Optimus Prime. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I didn't like what they did with Megatron. I didn't like what they did with Starscream. I did not like it at all. Like, I didn't think
Like
it had
nothing. You didn't find anything you liked about it.
no, no, I didn't like anything about it. It just didn't sit well with me. Yes, it was action, explosion, transformation, stuff like that. But it was just the simple fact that my version or the version that I see, and now mind you, I understand that there's evolution anywhere. I get that.
Sure.
But damn, like, do you have to stray so far away from what we got? I did. It just is, and like I said, it's just my opinion. I did not like any of them, and and this is coming from somebody that there's certain Michael Bay films that are hit and miss for me. You know what I mean? Certain films that I love for Michael Bay, certain things that I don't. But what he did with Transformers, man, to me, it was just, I could not. It was a tragedy. It was a travesty, to be quite honest, because I'm saying you're taking characters, and then on top of that, you're killing off key characters. The way you've done it was a disservice. Like what you did to Jazz in the first damn film. I'm like, come on, man. What the hell are you doing? Like, what are you doing? I just didn't. I didn't. Yeah, I'm good. It was. And the thing is, Michael Bay has a way of over sexualizing certain characters. He does.
Yeah,
And
I
we know
know.
that. And
Right,
I'm just like,
that's
nah,
true.
man. I mean, we didn't need that, bro. Like, just make a good film, man. Give me a decent film, and we could just basically roll with it. And I just didn't feel as though any of those films gave me that. Now, is there a place for redemption? Yes, there is. There definitely is. But I'm telling you, man, there's a very long and hard Transformer fan. Oh my God. I'm watching it and I'm looking at everybody else and I'm like, do y'all see this shit? Like, but I just have to sit there and watch it. Like, I didn't enjoy it at all, man. I didn't at all.
Wow.
I didn't enjoy not one film. One film. I not one of them.
Dude, I
Not
feel
one
you.
of them. Except for Bumblebee. Bumblebee, I enjoyed.
Bumblebee
did
was
enjoy-
it was in the
Yeah.
spirit of what it was the franchise was supposed to be. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm hoping going forward, they can right the ship. They can right what wrong was done. Seriously, I hope.
Well, Mega Utube 99 says Blade films haven't watched the third one yet. What do you want to see from him? This is a good question. What do you want to see from him in the MCU?
It's a good question. I'll be right back. I have to just take care of one thing in 1 second. I'll be right back.
No worries. Lael, I
What's
mean,
that?
given it, what do you, if you can see Blade in the MCU, what would you like to see from Blade?
Well, here's the thing. We know right now they're opening the door for the Midnight Suns, possibly down the road. So, of course, I want to get a couple of films from Blade first. And, the story's told. And of course, now we know that, he's crossing paths with Dane Whitman, Black Knight.
Right, which he's done. He did that in Eternals.
Yeah. So we know that that's going to be a story there in itself. I do want to see a standalone. I can't wait to see the standalone, but it's going to be interesting to see how they play it. But
Yeah.
I do know that they're already setting the stage for the Midnight Sun. So that's going to be incredible. I can't wait for that. I definitely can't wait for that.
Well, it does look fantastic. I mean, I'm really looking forward to all that. So we'll see. I mean, here's what I find with Moon Knight and with Agatha Harkness, and one of my favorite line. I'll just say this because I've tweeted it out before. One of my favorite lines in the 20 minutes of Doctor Strange, the first 20 minutes, was when the revelation comes that this isn't sorcery. This is witchcraft. And when I heard that, everyone's like, "Oh, snap," because they're delineating the two. And I'm like, okay. And with Moon Knight and with what they're doing, there's all kinds of the fact that it was Agatha all along. I mean, The idea of the supernatural in the MCU, I'm all about. I find the cosmology of it all fascinating. At the same time, we got the Celestials. Like, what happens when you live on a planet where a Celestial appears, not just coming out of the ocean, but up in the sky, and the Celestial's like 10 times the size of your own planet? Like, what does that do to believers? Like, what if you're what if you're an Aboriginal from somewhere that saw the Celestial? How does that change your worldview? The Marvel Cinematic Universe, they've reached a point where what I really want to know is, where's humanity at now? You know, where are we going? Like, what's happening with mankind when you have Celestials and supernatural powers and all this? Thanos already snapped us all away. They I don't want to ruin anything, but you know, Doctor Strange touches on the fact that he was snapped away for 5 years.
Yeah.
You know, and things in his life changed that he might not have wanted to change. And it's really interesting. And all of that kind of underlying the cosmology of belief and where we're at in terms of our universe is very interesting to me about the MCU. And I love that they do it. Yeah. So I would like to see Blade. What I want to see is a more philosophical Blade. Like, if the supernatural exists, where did it come from?
Yeah.
You know, like, if there's the undead on Earth, and you actually have people that have eternal life, like, was that bestowed upon you by the Celestials or somebody else? How does that fit in? Like, how does the supernatural work? Because, you know, the idea, Arthur C. Clarke's notion that the supernatural people looking at technology, no matter how advanced, the most advanced technology would seem like magic to people that don't know what it is. And that's the supernatural too. So, like, on Asgard, the Asgardian, the Norse gods or whatever, they have technology. But do people who are supernatural have technology? And if they don't, who imbues them with their power? And, like, is there an intelligence that causes this? So I would love to get into that and see what they're going to say. But also, I just want a kick-ass vampire killing movie, which would gore and violence and action. I mean, bring that shit on.
Yeah.
Sonny Dominguez says, Spawn had great art, yet I'm surprised it's still going. I don't know anyone who currently reads the series, nor how I've heard of a storyline that's a must-read. Why the appeal to people, especially since Todd McFarlane focuses on other aspects of his empire? Well, that's an interesting, I'll tell you this. I mean, I think Spawn was a pretty one-dimensional character, but I read it. I thought that his art was great, and I think Spawn is a comic book character that you don't need to know anything about, but you can always jump in and read a couple of issues and get a good story from beginning to middle and end, and that's what it to me. Spawn is an episodic supernatural procedural, like CSI or something. You read the issues, you read the stories, they're satisfying, but they're the same shit you already read, but they're familiar, so it's fine. And that can be okay, I guess.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, that's so Sonny. I would say that I don't think Spawn's a great comic series, but I think as a character, he's comfort food. Something like that, I guess.
Here's the thing with Spawn, it's dealing with a totally different level of the supernatural, but also it's like it questions. What I love about it is it's like him, like when you have so many obscure characters such as him, and even the Ghost Rider, where they push the notion of what we know about the supernatural, but also the relationship between the minions of hell, and how they basically can rebel against hell, even though they've been given the power of of longevity and they've been entrusted with these abilities to work for the devil himself.
Yep.
But yet they push back against that, and he doesn't have the power to take it away.
No.
Like, that's when I think about it. I'm like, yo, like, that's crazy. Like, so when you think about, a character such as like the Hellspawn or Spawn himself, you know what I mean? Like, he's a very unique character. I just think that they have to find a way to tell stories that, aren't, when we look at like some of the Marvel, stories that are actually told in the Marvel film, I mean, and in comics in general, they're telling them from a perspective that we can believe that beyond just the supernatural, beyond just powers or mutations, that some of these stories that we can relate to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That we can believe is possible. With Spawn, it's not to say that it's not. I just think that they're dealing more with the supernatural to the point where it alienates the viewer in thinking that something like that can actually exist. But what that basically saying is, I love Spawn. I love the character of Spawn.
Yeah.
I love the character, but I'm looking for stories that will also, I can say, okay, I can see that and understand that the motivation behind what is happening in this book, and not say that, well, damn, I don't think that something like that can really happen. You know what I mean? I don't want to. But I mean, again, there have been great catalogs and great books that were actually written, within the Spawn lore. So, I mean, yeah. But I definitely want to see a live action Spawn done right.
Right.
Done
Absolutely.
right. I would love to see that.
Now, kids, let me ask you something. It's 3:00 in the morning where
Yes,
you're
it
at now.
is.
And I saw super chat to deal with, but I would give you the opportunity to jettison you guys to go to bed and sleep tight. I'll finish up here. I was thinking about taking like a 5-minute break because I need to both take the dogs in, but I would ask you if you would like to like drop off. Please go to bed. There's a lot of work to be done.
Okay.
And we'll be back next week, or you could stay
we will.
and come back after 5 minutes. But I would say, please take some time off.
Yeah, I gotta get up early.
Yeah.
That's
So-
my only thing. I have to get up in the morning, so I got an early start to the morning. But I had to be here.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you both for being here. As I said, I'm going to come back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to take a little break. I need to take my dogs in who are going crazy, barking at 12 o'clock at midnight. Take him inside, and my dog is barking at his own echo. He doesn't understand what that is. But I will come back and finish up Super Chats and continue on Midnight Musings, episode number 8. I want to thank my amazing co-hosts, and Lael Rockwell. First of all, where can people find you on social media? We've lost you. We can't hear you.
Sorry,
you
I
go.
had it on mute.
Oh.
You can find me on my YouTube channel, Positive Fandom. I don't normally sound like this. I have a normal voice, guys. I have a little laryngitis going on. But you can also find me usually on Monday nights on Toxic Femininity, streaming with Lorena Creole. Sometimes on Wednesdays and Thursdays, you can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Network, on Say What, or on Uncivilized Scoundrels. On Friday afternoons, you can usually find me streaming with Tom and Andre and Shadow on Midnight's Edge in the morning. On Fridays or Saturdays, you can find me on the PGS here with Robert and Lael. You can also find me on Sunday mornings at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for my Sunday brunch show, which I am doing tomorrow morning. God help me with this voice. And you can also find my other shows on the PGS also has PGS Reviews. So please do check it out, guys.
Yes.
And Lael, what do you got going on?
Oh man. So tomorrow morning, actually tomorrow after I get back from my appointment early in the morning, we actually have at 12 noon the Collectors Lounge International. So that basically runs for a good hour and a half. That's at 12 p.m. It's unscripted. We just talk about things in the collecting community, figures, whatever. We just go unscripted off the top. It's like you being in a cafe lounge type of atmosphere. Just having like some tea, coffee, whatever you want, and just laying back and just having a conversation. This is what we actually create, so we love it. It's a great show. Also tomorrow evening, I think at 5:30 on Anthony from the Figure Posing channel. I'm sorry. We're gonna have Take Your Position. I think I'll be back. I'll be on Will's show tomorrow night and Justin's show. Are you gonna be on Justin's tomorrow night? Well, Rob.
I would love to be. I don't know if I can be because I have to get the
Yeah,
final stuff out of my old place. But
out of your home. Got
yeah,
you. Got you. Got you.
but after that,
So
I'm
yeah,
good to
so I
go.
think that's what's there you go. So after that, yeah. So then comic book talk with friends, of course, on Friday nights. I mean on Monday night at 9:15, followed by Say What on Wednesday at 9:15 as well. Now there will be no Uncivilized Scoundrels on Thursday. You know why? Because it's Multiverse of Madness night. So we'll be there. Exactly. You already know. So and again on Friday, we will actually have our Figure Flex Friday where we announce the winner of the Flex Wars. So yes, that will be on Friday night. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, back here on Friday night for Midnight Musing. So I'm excited about that. There's a couple of things that's going on right now. Also, starting the first tomorrow, as a matter of fact, make an announcement. We're starting our month of May Star Wars giveaway, which is going to be Star Wars themed. And what we are giving away is a brand new quarter scale deluxe Mando with Grogu. So definitely, I have it sitting right here. So yes, that's going to be the giveaway for the entire. So basically, the winner will be announced at the end of May. It's going to be Star Wars themed. So stay tuned for that. I partnered with my bro Marcos from Collector Zone, Cantina. So definitely, stay tuned for that. So yeah, it's a lot of good things coming up, man. A lot of good giveaways. If you haven't already become a member of the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, best believe you want to do that. Also, if you want to become a member, there's memberships there as well. So yes, I can't wait, man. It's going to be some exciting times, and I'm ready to go. Midnight Musing is back every Friday, so I'm ready.
We're back every Friday. Lael, I want to thank you for a 3-hour show. My God. We went longer than the Minnow did on Gilligan's Island, and they shipwrecked.
Right.
So I want to thank you both for being here. Of course, for those of you who are watching, I'm going to come back and I'm going to finish up the super chats and finish up the show. And I will be back. I'm just going to take a break, take the dogs in, get them to stop barking at their own echoes. I want to thank Lael and for being here. Great co-hosts. Thank you for being a part of it. And tomorrow, of course, at 9 a.m. Pacific time, a different time, Dieter, Bastian, and I are going to do our 65th episode of Let's Get Physical Media. And we will be back after a long time, and we're going to be back every week. So we got a lot of stuff to show, so come visit us then. But as I said, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I will be back. So, Lael, thank you for being here.
See you later.
Bye.
Well, I don't know if anyone's still here, but I'm back. I'm back, not quite in the New York groove, but, somewhere I'm back. So, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. This is, I guess, the late night component of Midnight Musings, episode number 8. So I'm going to jump back into the super chats. You can all obviously send in a super chat or a tip, whatever you prefer. I think we talked about Spawn. Ahmed E sends in a super chat and says, "Hey, Rob and crew, my Hot Toys addiction is getting real. Just picked up a Damn Toys Vito Golden Years figure, building up my collection. Love from AU. Would that mean Australia or Austria? I'm not sure. But let me just tell you, Damn Toys are not Hot Toys, but they have done 2 incredible, celebrating the 50th anniversary of The Godfather, 2 incredible releases. They've done Golden Years Vito, which actually comes with accessories when he gets shot in Godfather, and then when he's older, and it comes with a chair. And that was their second release after the Natalie dressed Vito Corleone in a tuxedo from the beginning of The Godfather. Great figures, both great releases. I have them both too. They are amazing. So Ahmed E, you rule. Kamei Egan says, "Hey Midnighters, you mentioned Feige has the next decade of the MCU mapped out. What new characters would you like to see on the big screen?" Well, so for those of you who might have missed it, Kevin Feige himself told the Cinemacon audience, I was there in the audience, that he was visiting from a retreat where they had mapped out, or they were mapping out, the next 10 years of the MCU. And I believe that, and Kamei, I think that, look, I think Kevin Feige, this is his life's work. I mean, John Campea said, no, he's going to leave one day. I'm like, why? Why leave? I mean, this is a lifetime avocation, and everything he does, it's a triumph. I mean, even, look, I loved Eternals. A lot of people are like, well, Robert, I didn't like it, whatever. I mean, the MCU, I'm a James Bond fan. It's a very up and down franchise. So I have no problem with movies like anything that's part of the MCU. I think for the most part, the level of quality has been exemplary. I can't wait to see what they do more of. But the question that Kamei asked, look, I want the X-Men. I want the Fantastic Four and the X-Men and everything that comes along with them. I love the X-Men. To me, I love the X-Men the way I like Star Trek. I grew up with the X-Men. There's so much great stuff there. That's what I want to see. I want to see X-Men. X-Men. So much going on. I think we're going to see, Multiverse of Madness is multiverse, so I don't think they'll probably, look, if the Wanda thing happens, a lot of people think I threw out this radical theory that said that when Wanda got rid of mutants, for those of you who don't know, I believe, and I think this is a good theory, that Wanda, the reason that the mutants are not in the MCU, even though Wanda and Quicksilver are mutants, is because she got rid of them before the MCU started. And in Captain Marvel, which is in the 90s, we just didn't see the mutants. She got rid of the mutants, and I'll go back and watch Avengers Disassemble, or read Avengers Disassemble, and read House of M. So that's what I want. I want the X-Men and the Fantastic Four. Marco Lanny sends in a super chat and says, "Good to see you back. You can't tell me you're okay with less than 5 minutes of the Moon Knight persona so far. It's the reason we got excited for the show." Well, Marco, I have to say, here's my thing about Moon Knight. And people are like, well, Rob, people are like on social media, you only liked Moon Knight because he was a Batman clone. Actually, no. His multiple personalities, his personas that he adopted intentionally, I thought it was really interesting. I saw Moon Knight as much more of a film noir character. Batman was informed by film noir, certainly. But Moon Knight embraced it, embraced the romanticism, the eroticism, also the villains. There was just something, there was a lot of stuff that Moon Knight did that wasn't, look, Moon Knight from 1975, the first decade of Moon Knight's existence. First of all, he's a one-off throwaway character in Werewolf by Night, and then was developed in Marvel Spotlight, had his first solo outing, and then was in the back of the Hulk magazine. And then when Mensch and Sienkiewicz did their 30-issue run on the series, then Kevin Nolan took over. I mean, I liked Moon Knight. And he's been all kinds of crazy. And, you know, I never, to be honest, I never really liked that they saddled him with an identity disorder. There's a lot of interesting stories that came out of it, but I didn't love it. But it wasn't because he was a Batman clone. I just liked the character. But you're asking, it does not bother me that we've only because the series, even though it's called Moon Knight, it's about Mark and Steven. It's setting up a lot of things. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. But Marco, I appreciate that. Moon Knight is like going on a chatterbait only to see people in long coats and hats. Well, Marco, I mean, here's the thing. Do you want to see a character? To me, a comic book story has as much to do with the people in the cowl as when you see them don the cowl. And the thing is, this Moon Knight story is delving deep into the lore, not just of Moon Knight, but into the Marvel universe. And while my problem is that the Moon Knight that I've seen seems to be gimmicky. I have not seen. I think that when we get to the end of the 6th episode, the Moon Knight character will be established as the Moon Knight we know and love, and then it will be able to get started. This is a weird hybrid origin story. It doesn't bother me that I don't see a superhero fighting. I've seen plenty of that. I'm interested to see where it all goes, though. But I understand where you're coming from. You're not wrong. Mista47 says, was it ever explained why the dwarves and elves didn't turn into Nazgul like the men did? Also, rewatched Lord of the Rings 1 and 3 in anticipation of Movie Club. Well, Mr. 47, first of all, I love that you watched them again. I would imagine that Tuesday we will be delving into the Two Towers. I hope so. I'm glad you... I think that the dwarves and elves didn't turn into the Nazgul is because they were more... they had more purpose. I don't know. I'm sure I don't know the answer. I'm sure it was dealt with in the lore of Tolkien, but for me, I would imagine because the souls of men are much more corruptible, whereas the dwarves and elves have much more purpose, much more purpose. Ron C sends in a very generous super chat and says, Rob, I'm a fan of Jim Jarmusch. I love his long shots. As someone that enjoys editing, it's fresh of breath with his camera. Your thoughts? Jim Jarmusch, I do love Jim Jarmusch a lot. I didn't love his zombie movie, but Down by Law, his first movies were kind of knocked me out. They came out of that whole indie scene. I mean, he was like one of the granddaddies. To me, when you think about the granddaddies pre-Tarantino, pre-Soderbergh, I think Jim Jarmusch, and I think why am I drawing a blank on his name? Return of the Secaucus 7. What? Why can't I think of it? It's late night. My God. John Sayles. John Sayles and Jim Jarmusch, to me, were like the granddaddies of the modern indie movement. So I'm a fan of Jarmusch. I mean, I really liked his sensibility and where he came from. And yeah, I want to say Way of the Dog. Year of the Dog, The Way of the Warrior. I love that movie, and I can't even think of the name of it. God, I'm tired. It's been a long week. JP Doer sends in a super chat and says, Rob, this may be a little off topic. On this show, there's nothing off topic. But I want to thank you for inspiring me to write my master thesis on The Prisoner for my politics and media class. Oh my God. I watched the whole season and watched you and Az's podcast from a few years ago to hear your two different takes. Thanks. Well, JP Doer, you know what? That's one of the nicest things. I don't have really any alcohol in here, but cheers to you for that. And you know what? There's nothing nicer you could say than that. I mean, that our deep dive into The Prisoner inspired you to watch the show first, and then and deem it worthy enough to write a paper on it or do your entire master thesis. I mean, that's amazing. By the way, JP, slide into my DMs. I'm Burnett RM on Twitter, and I would love to read it. You know, I'd love to read it. Maybe share it on the channel and send it Az's way as well. That's amazing. I would love to do that. Mr. 47. Oh, JP. I already got that one. Mr. 47 says, I watched 2. I'm on a 3 now. Incredible films. Now, Mr. 47, had you not seen them before? Had you not, or just watching them again? Because if you haven't seen them before, my God, congratulations for that. That's amazing. Look, I think the Lord of the Rings films are what fantasy filmmaking is all about, and they work. And even 20 years later, they still work. Amazing. Amazing stuff. Darth Plato says, I'm not saying that I disagree with you, Rob, but I'm curious, is retconning Trek characters at this late date after TOS any different from the post-Homeric writers retconning the Iliad and the Odyssey? No, it's not any different. I don't like it. You know, the difference is they're doing it for money and they're being paid. I think if you're not involved, here's the thing. Here's what's missing from modern Star Trek. There is no Roddenberry DNA, like Roddenberry himself. Roddenberry worked on TNG. Now, his take famously might have been right or wrong. Who's for me to say? I don't know. But what I don't like is that modern Star Trek since 2009, everyone who's worked on it has tried to change it into something else. Let's try and make Star Trek more like this, rather than let's make some good Star Trek. What I miss in Star Trek is the allegory. Now the message, like, well, everyone thinks that. I mean, here's the thing. I feel like all the writers of modern Star Trek understand Star Trek like my mother does, through osmosis. They haven't watched very much of it. They go to BuzzFeed and read the top 25 episodes of every series, and even then they don't watch all of it. You can tell because some of the things that they do are just, they contradict what's happened. And I have to say, so this week I had said earlier that I tweeted out a Hollywood Reporter article with Alex Kurtzman talking about how his worst creative, professional, and personal failure was The Mummy that he directed. And I just, glib tweet. I posted that article. I tweeted the link to that article, and I said, Picard says, hold my beer. And Terry Matalas, the showrunner of Picard, tweeted me back and said, all he said was, I loved Free Enterprise. Now, here's the thing. On one hand, I'm like, at first I'm like, oh, because he worked on Voyager. He worked for Brandon Braga. But on the other hand, I wrote him back. I wrote back. I tweeted back. I said, I really liked the 12 Monkeys series that he was the showrunner of. But, when he said that, when he said to me he liked Free Enterprise, I couldn't help but think to myself, well, that's whataboutism. So am I supposed to, I write back that Picard says, hold my beer. I fucking hate Star Trek Picard. I hated the first season and I hated the second season in very different ways. I've seen 2 seasons of Star Trek that I feel like here's again, all they've done is deconstruct Picard and his mother committed suicide when he was there. Like, really? So all television writers today know how to do is transpose trauma onto characters as a shortcut for drama. It is the laziest, stupidest shit ever. Like, my God, that's what you're going to do. Rather than tell us a story about Picard now, oh, no, we have to delve into his traumatic past because everybody's in therapy and everybody's talking about their trauma. I get it. You know what's traumatic? Life. Life is traumatic. Do you want to live in the Ukraine right now? Some motherfucker just decides, I'm going to attack your country. I'm going to rape and murder your women with my soldiers and blow up your fucking towns. For what? What are you offering in return? What are you offering in return? As far as I'm concerned, Putin has shown, and he's shown, one, his army's ridiculous. I'm sure his nuclear arsenal is equally ridiculous. Does he have people even arming it? I mean, my God, we sit back and watch. We accept. We've sat back and said, I'm like, that guy, where's the strength? We are ineffectual. I would have gone in. Now he's talking about using nukes. The only reason we didn't oppose him is because he has nukes. And now if he uses one, where are we at? We should have stopped him. But whatever. I mean, and the thing is, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what is it that we want in life? So when Terry Metalis, who I respect as a showrunner, writes to me and says, I love free enterprise. My question to him, and I wanted to say that, I'm like, well, I'm glad you like my 22-year-old movie or whatever. But does that mean what? That I'm supposed to like your work because you like my work? Is that what I'm supposed to say? I did like his 12 Monkeys work. I hated his work on Star Trek. And I'll tell him that. I think that the second season of Picard's abysmal. It's abysmal science fiction. It's abysmal Star Trek. And I'm like, am I supposed to like it? But I was nice to him, so I wrote back to him and I said, I don't, I fucking hate Picard. I didn't write back to him like that because if I did, he would have blocked me like every other one of his critics. But I said something nice because he said something nice to me, and I honestly believe that I really enjoy, and I did enjoy, I don't have to believe it, I know it, that I liked his 12 Monkeys show. But the question is, I have to ask him publicly, when he sends something to a fellow creator, and I understand how hard it is to make all this stuff. I really do. It's really hard. But the fact is, I have been a vocal critic of Star Trek. I think that I'm one of the only people that can be. It doesn't matter. They don't give a fuck. But you know what? They've done themselves no favors. Anyway, I don't even know where I'm at. Chris F. sent in a super chat. Just thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. Getz Raymond sends in a very generous super chat and says, hi from Vienna. Well, Getz, I hope is it Goats? The Getz, I don't know what the umlaut, or it's not an umlaut. It's, I think, Gotts Raymond. What a great name. Hi from Vienna. Your thoughts on EU sci-fi on the Silver Globe? Well, that's Andrzej Zulewski's great unfinished Polish science fiction film. Russian, Solaris, or Japanese cyberpunk. Tetsuo the Iron Man. Also, which director DOA outside the U.S. would be a perfect fit for a comic book property? Well, that's a great question. First of all, we already had one. Timur, pardon me, I don't want to mispronounce his last name, but our favorite Russian director already directed Wanted, score by Danny Elfman. Very different from the comic, but Timur Bekmambetov, he did direct Wanted. People forget about that movie, but Danny Elfman did a great song. The Little Things, great tune. So he did do that. But I love Eastern sci-fi. Icarus, I was able to get on Blu-ray. I own Solaris. I love Tarkovsky. I own Stalker and The Sacrifice. And I love Japanese cyberpunk. I have the Tetsuo. I have this. I have that box set from Arrow. And I'm drawing Shinya Tsukamoto, or the Tsukamoto box set. I have the box set of his work, and I'm a huge fan. I mean, look, I love European and Asian science fiction. I grew up watching it. Obviously, Asian sci-fi is much more pulp. I mean, I have an Inframan one sheet right over there. I could go grab it if you want to see it and don't believe me, but I love the Super Inframan, but in America it was called Inframan. Huge fan of Japanese science fiction, but I love European sci-fi as well. And Russian science fiction is great. Arkady and Boris Strugatsky, they wrote The Second Invasion from Mars, and they wrote, I think they wrote Roadside Picnic, right? That Solaris was based on. That was not Stanislaw Lem. He's a Polish writer, and he wrote Solaris. So I'm a huge fan. I love European science fiction. I love how it's the offbeat nature of it. And by the way, something you forgot to mention, Anara. I left this window open, or the door open all night long, but Anara, the Swedish science fiction film, is one of my favorite. If you guys haven't seen Anara, Anira, Anara, I have it on Blu-ray. Watch it. It's one of my favorite science fiction movies ever, but it will make you sad. Ashley Chase sends in a super chat and says, my question for my bro Lael. Uh-oh, he's gone now. Do you see Marvel doing a Moon Knight movie or put him into someone else's movie first? Well, all I need you guys to do, go right now and Google Moon Knight Mjolnir. Moon Knight Mjolnir is Thor's hammer. You tell me. I don't know. Tell me. The great Stubble McShave is watching. Late to the party. Have you seen The Northman yet? I have not. I got to go see it. I did interview the costume designer for the Designing Hollywood podcast before it had come out. And it's going to be up soon. Can't wait to see it, but I haven't seen it yet. What did you think? I haven't seen it. I really liked it. For someone who studied the period heavily in my youth, it had great verisimilitude. Well, that's good to hear. It's a drama. For people who have only seen action movies, it might seem a bit slow. Hey, you know what? I got a message from Dave Parker. Dave Parker, my cohort on Midnight Metal. Dave Parker says, I'm watching you. And there's 60 minutes. I don't know if Dave's still watching. 60 minutes ago, Dave Parker says, where's the metal? Hi, Rob. Well, okay, Dave, I'll call you. Let's call Dave Parker and see if he'll answer his phone. He might not. I can always have him come back on this show if he wants to. Bring him on right now. We'll see. Will he pick up the phone? Could be asleep. Don't know.
Hello?
Hello, Dave.
What's up, man?
Hello, Sydney. I was just calling you. You said, where's the metal? I figured I'd call you.
Yeah, where's the metal? Come on, man.
I don't know. You want to come on the show and be metal?
For a little bit? Sure, why not?
All right, Dave. I'll send you a link, and we can turn Midnight Musings into Midnight Metal. All right. Give me a second. I got to make another link and send it to you.
You got it.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you and kind soul, gentle beings, I don't want to pigeonhole anyone, but I'm going to let's go to the rendezvous session, and we're gonna add like Dave Parker, and let's see if we can get that to happen. Cancel. That's interesting. I don't know. Oh, you know what? Since I've already got it, I can just go to the window and go to the rendezvous dashboard. There it is, and I can just copy it. There it goes, and I'm gonna send it. Would you like me to bring on Dave Parker and do an impromptu midnight metal show? I know you would. Because I would, because I love Dave Parker. Dave Parker's a handsome hunka burning love. So why wouldn't I want? There it is. Show link, Dave. Come on in, Dave. And here we go. Hey, you never know what's going to happen on Midnight Metal. Here in the new Robservatory, the first show. Let's see, Dave. Come on. Send it to him. Hopefully he'll show up. Michael Preston sends in a super chat and says, hey, Rob, I just wanted to say welcome back. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, back. And missed your show a lot. I hope you continue Robcasting more often now that you've moved. P.S. Picard sucks. Yes, it does. Oh, no. I'm going to be Robcasting. I'm back in the New York groove. Yes. For sure. And let me disconnected. Yeah, I've missed it. I mean, I build this channel. I'm not going to abandon. I've done all this work. I have to say I've been loving streaming with John Campea. It's given me a whole new lease on life. I mean, I've been streaming with him for 7 years. and I love what we're doing on the Campy Show. It's so much fun. But I've been moving. Moving was a nightmare, and I'm not quite done. I'll be all done tomorrow. It's been a pain in the ass, to be honest. Haven't liked it. Have not liked it. Really, as a matter of fact, I wish that I liked it more, but I didn't like it very much. But you know what? I'm going to bring on, you know him, you love him. And his name is not Robert Paulson. His name is Dave Parker. And I know that there's a deep cut. Dave laughed. He understood. Dave, it's a meatloaf. Oh man, it's a meatloaf cut. I'm gonna bring on, you know him, you love him. He's part of this channel. All live Dave Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Midnight Musings, boom, turns into Midnight Metal. Welcome, Dave Parker, to the show. Dave, are you feeling fucking metal tonight, dude?
Dude, would I come on if I wasn't? Fuck.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like
I am. I'm dude, when am I not metal? Come on.
You were born metal. Somebody asked about Tetsuo the Iron Man earlier. You are fucking Tetsuo the Iron Man.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. That's really, really, really cool.
Like that?
Hey, everyone.
Come on, dude.
I like
welcome.
that. I like that.
So Michael Preston just said, "Hey Rob, wanted to say welcome back and missed your show a lot. Hope you continue Rob casting. I will, and Picard sucks." Well, thanks, Michael.
Oh,
Mr.
just
47.
getting started with you.
Yeah, we'll get started. Mr. 47. We're caught up with super chats after this one, but Dave, I'll throw this out to you. John Watts left so Martin Scorsese can direct Fantastic Four, with Francis Coppola as executive producer, starring Stephen Dorff with a James Cameron cameo. What do you think, Dave? Is that what's going to happen?
Starring Stephen Dorff? I think what's going to happen is I think John Krasinski is going to direct Fantastic Four.
Yeah, and him as
I think oh my, like, come on, Emily Blunt as the Invisible Woman.
Come on, dude.
Sue Storm. I mean, and the thing is this: what's so exciting about it is, and I don't want to like dog on. Even look, the truest version of Ben Grimm so far in cinematic history has actually been the Roger Corman one, because it looked the most like Ben Grimm.
You're not wrong.
I mean, I get the ones with Michael Chiklis looked more like the early like 60s ones, and I get that, and I appreciate that, but actually with the eyebrows and the whole the thing, my thing looked more the Corman-esque versions of it that our mutual friend John Vulich helped create at the time. And so that has actually got me the suggestion of, look, we've all been talking about, and it'll be so exciting because I'm going into Doctor Strange way more blind than you are, because you got to see 20 minutes of it.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I mean, you know what people don't seem to appreciate is that Marvel like picks one or two scenes or three scenes, and they just, all their trailers are based on that.
Right.
And then there's a whole nother movie.
But obviously with this movie, they are showing a lot more throughout it. I mean, you're not, obviously in 20 minutes, you're not getting zombie Doctor Strange.
No.
Are you? No. Okay. So you can confirm that. So we know that we're getting, look, we know.
I would say
just with the trailers, and I don't mean to interrupt.
No.
Because I'm going to not do that tonight. I'm not going to totally talk over you like the John Campea show, Vegas shows did.
Dude, I'm a guest. I'm a happy guest there.
Look, guys, can we all admit that, like, when they have to tell Rob to speak up, there's a lot going on.
Well, that's because I was far away from the...
I was far away
from the microphone. Away from the microphone. I had to speak up.
But we know the booming voice you command. So,
oh my!
But what I'm going to say with these trailers,
ASMR
which
voice, Dave.
But here's the thing, and
if you can't sleep, Allow
I think
me to take you on a journey.
have you I missed the beginning of the show tonight.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna veer away from Doctor Strange 2 for a minute.
Yeah.
And you know what? Mirror Girl, I am fucking shady as shit. I'm so shady.
Are you?
But have you gotten to talk about your favorite thing?
Nope.
About you
Have-
haven't gotten to
have
talk about
not-
crime.
have
You haven't
not-
gotten to talk
nope,
about
not
David
tonight.
Cronenberg's Crimes of the Future.
Not. I might have touched on it briefly, but I haven't really talked about it.
Well, you know, you can't just touch on something like that.
Well, okay. I did a whole I think it was the last Robservations I did a couple weeks ago was about Crimes of the Future because they released the two trailers, the teaser and then the French trailer.
I never saw that one. I've only seen the teaser.
Yeah, well, that's a French trailer. So for those of you who don't know, I mean, in a recap, David Cronenberg is one of my favorite directors and certainly one of my favorite horror directors. And, you know, when I was a kid, I used to tell people, like, one day I'm going to direct movies and I'm going to be a cross between David Cronenberg, John Carpenter, and Stanley Kubrick. It didn't quite work out that way, but that's... Now, the thing about Cronenberg is, in my mind...
how you set the bar. I like how you set the bar low.
I know, right?
What you're going to aspire to. Jesus Christ.
But I know. And the thing that I always loved about Cronenberg, Dave, was even though he worked in low budget genre cinema, it was very highbrow. And so if you look in, I mean, how many people have written books? There was The Shape of Rage and now The Artist is Monster. When I was moving, I realized I had 2 huge tomes about Cronenberg. How did you guys get out of the house?
I'm so excited because I do own The Shape of Rage. Which
this is terrifying.
I had to hunt down.
I locked my dogs in the house and they got out of the house. And now they're here in the room and they came here and now they know where I am and they can just barge in, which is good. I don't mind that.
New places, new things.
That's good. As long as they're not barking. Maybe Sophie let them out. I don't know. But then maybe they push the door. Gilbert knows how to open doors. But so
they're not barking. They're not barking yet.
No, the thing about, for me, one of the things that I love about Cronenberg was he like Hitchcock, he would revisit the same theme over and over again in different ways. And the thing about early Cronenberg, like I've told this story before, but the first time I saw a Cronenberg movie was at a drive-in. And I went and saw 1980. I went and saw Motel Hell, and on the second bill,
one of my favorites. You had wait. You can't. Please don't gloss over Motel Hell for me, at least because it is. It's a personal favorite. It's not one of the greatest. Like
no, but it is.
The 80s slasher things. I love it. I literally like 2 weeks ago, I won a rare one sheet, a B style one sheet that is not the regular one sheet poster of that at trivia because I'm that kind of nerd. I go play horror trivia every month at a place here, and I won a Motel Hell poster.
Well, that's. I mean, the thing about Motel Hell is, even though for all of it's very transgressive. You know,
it is, and if you
it's a very transgressive horror.
If you want to know more, Rob, you could listen to the Scream Factory commentary that I do with the director, Kevin Connor.
I do own that disc, Dave. It's not as entertaining as the 8.5 hours of special features we created for our own film, The Hills Run.
No, it's not.
You directed.
It is not as entertaining as that. But back to Cronenberg.
Okay, so Cronenberg. Here's the thing I loved. So I saw Shivers, aka They Came From Within. His first feature. He'd made student films before, like Crimes of the Future and Stereo. But when I saw
we all wish we came from within.
Yeah, I know. And I was blown away by that. And then the next time I saw any Cronenberg movies, this is pre-video. Well, post video after this, but when Scanners opened in Seattle, at the Coliseum Theater, they had a Cronenberg festival where they showed, in order, they showed his oeuvre up to that point. They showed Shivers, and it was called They Came From Within Here, Rabid, The Brood, and then they showed Scanners. And Scanners, it was when, I think it was 81. And when it was very funny because I took all my friends, and by this point, I was one of the only kids that had a VCR in his house, and I had been showing people movies, and I took like
and
five.
they didn't get any of them.
Well, I took
They
like
didn't get any of them.
no, that you couldn't get Cronenberg movies on video yet, and I took like five.
No,
of my
I mean, when you took your friends, they were like, "What the fuck are we doing here?"
Well, no, yeah, they
That's what
did,
I
and my friend Mark Elfendahl was like, "Are you going to show? Does this movie have splatter in it?" He loved gore, and I'm like, "Yeah, dude, it's got splatter." I'm like, "I don't fucking know what happens in Rabbit or Brood," and so we and it was so funny. So we go down. There's a huge line, and we're 13, so I went down the line.
Perfect age. Perfect
I walked
age.
up to people. I approached them. And I said, "Hi, would you buy tickets? This is R-rated. Would you buy tickets for me and my friends?" Because and I found somebody who did. We went in. We saw 4 Cronenberg movies. We saw They Came From Within, which I'd seen, Rabid, The Brood, and then we saw Scanners, bro. Let me just say, it was a transcendent.
It's almost as good as like a couple of years ago, here in Hollywood, Beyond Fest did a entire Cronenberg festival, which was equivalent.
But the thing is,
not as fresh.
Right. That was
Dennis Mason. Just so you know, Dennis Mason, the Jeremy Irons movie was Dead Ringers.
Yeah, that was 88.
Brilliant. Yeah, that was
no,
88.
We're talking 80. He had
that was before pre-Fly, pre-Dead Zone.
Oh yeah, he had made Dead Zone. He had
pre-Videodrome.
It was pre-Videodrome. It was pre-Dead Zone. This is the day Scanners opened.
Yeah.
So that was his 4th, actually his 5th, because Fast Company was not a part of that. And at the time, I didn't know he made Fast Company. So
no one did.
Yeah, I didn't know.
To this day, so many people don't know about Fast Company. Which
I own the Blu-ray.
Well, of course you do. But the irony is that most people who love Cronenberg don't know about Fast Company, and yet, if they really looked into his passions and biography, his real interest is in that world. He loves fast cars. He loves that type of stuff.
Well, that's why I was attracted, I think, to Crash too.
Well, Rob, I mean, we can't talk about Crash unless we talk about our very, very important screening of Crash at the Sunset 5.
Well, we haven't talked about. I was going to come to that because now that you're here,
good.
So anyway, watching all these movies, the thing about, in a nutshell, the thing about Cronenberg that really attracted me, and there were these 2 books. Actually, there was one book at the time, The Shape of Rage.
Shape of Rage.
And it was a book, and The Shape of Rage was named after a book that Dr. Hal Raglan, played by Oliver Reed, wrote in the movie The Brood. And here's for those of you who don't know Cronenberg, here's one of the things that, for me, I loved. So in The Brood, there is a doctor named Hal Raglan who has come up with a therapy called psychoplasmics. And rather than just talk about, your trauma, he teaches you to externalize it physically. So in order to get rid of your trauma, you don't just talk to a therapist, you actually excrete it through your body in various forms. It could take the form of a cancer, it can take the form of whatever. You're literally pushing out your trauma through physical manifestations. Now, here's the funny thing. Why isn't Star Trek doing something like this in a futuristic way? But whatever. This is done in like 79 or whatever. And it was so gross. And so, but anyway, if you haven't seen The Brood is a Criterion put it out on Blu-ray. It's a devastating film. And on one hand, I mean, it's a film about the trauma of what a divorce does to kids, but it also it's so, in terms of horror films, to me, The Brood represents the best of the best in terms of, you make a low budget horror movie that deals with real issues. It's incredible. I was blown away by Cronenberg, and his body horror philosophy is basically that we are beings of spiritual being and intellectual nature, and we're people that hope and dream and fantasize, and yet everything we are, all of our spirituality or intellect is trapped in these meat sacks that we go through life in, and they'll always betray us. They won't just grow old and die. Some shit will happen, and our bodies will become our worst enemies. And that was his whole body horror philosophy, that, you might get in an accident and somebody might give you some plastic surgery, and suddenly you have a weird stinger that emerges from your armpit, and you have to sting people and drink their blood, and they become rabid. Because, of course, that could happen. And that was, or psychoplasmics.
Well, of course.
And if you watch, look, The Brood, if you haven't seen The Brood, it's a downbeat movie. It's not going to be fun to watch, but it's a great movie anyway. And it's fucking truly horrifying. And if you've never heard of The Brood, don't read anything about it. Don't look it up. Don't search IMDb. Just read it, because if you go in cold to The Brood, I promise you, it will deliver something you haven't seen before. Am I right, Dave?
Totally fair. And
Yeah.
aren't you glad I didn't talk over you? I let you go through The Brood and everything.
Because it is,
But
I
let's
mean,
run
I have to
it-
tell you, dude, when I saw The Brood in the theater, I don't think, I'd seen pictures from The Brood, but not the pictures. And I have to say, in 1980 or whatever, 81, when I was sitting in the Coliseum Theater when I was 13, 14 years old, that was one of those horror movie moments. And I think the great thing about horror, the transgressive nature, especially about fantasy horror, when you see things that within the context when you're young as a kid, and when you see things that they have nothing analogous to reality, and they change your perception of the world. And I have to say, the end of The Brood kind of did that for me. And that was a big moment in my cinematic life. I was like, what the fuck?
I think that was your first step. I think that was your first step into a larger world.
Yes. But
Um,
so to get to so now
oh,
you
wait,
and
to
I was
get
going to
to
bring up.
Crash?
Yeah. So in 1996, David Cronenberg adapted J.G. Ballard's novel Crash, and J.G. Ballard was a British, call him speculative fiction novelist who has written a number of things.
Almost basically
Well,
considered a unadaptable novelist.
Now, for those of you who might not know who he is, he wrote Empire of the Sun that Steven Spielberg directed, that was based on his actual childhood in Shanghai when World War II broke out. For those of you who might not know, Tom Hiddleston stars in an adaptation of High Rise, that a great British director who his name eludes me, Kill List,
Ben
Wheatley.
Is it Ben Wheatley?
Yeah, Ben Wheatley. Absolutely.
Ben Wheatley. Yeah.
Ben Wheatley directed High Rise, that's based on a J.G. Ballard story and a novel, and Cronenberg directed Crash, which is based on a J.G. Ballard book, and in Cannes it won an award for being audacious, and Crash,
The Audacity Award, or the Audacity Award given to him by Francis Ford Coppola. The Audacity Award.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen Crash, it was shot by the man who shot The Empire Strikes Back, Peter Szyczki, and it has a score by Howard Shore, who scored The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit.
But who also had scored all of David Cronenberg's movies.
Yeah, like Videodrome. I mean,
that point.
What's really interesting,
and it had continued to.
Yep, and I believe he scored.
Continues to. It's one of the longest director composer relationships that is still going on.
Yeah,
and there's
Spielberg and John Williams.
Right. And there's so much stuff that I want to bring up about composers and stuff because you brought up Danny Elfman a little earlier.
Yeah.
But I want to stay focused on Crash for a minute. No, not that it's everyone's cup of tea. I get this. And this discussion isn't, but what will be your cup of tea, I think, which is metal, is Rob and I's experience of Crash the first time.
Dave, why don't you set up? How did
So-
you and I see Crash the first? Now, before let me give you a little preamble. So Crash
Yes.
debuted at
Set
the
it up.
Cannes. It debuted at the Cannes Film Festival before
No,
we
no,
were.
no, not before we had seen it. No, it had not.
No, it did.
You had no. We saw a test screening.
I know. No, I know, but it had already debuted at Cannes.
It
And
had not.
It
It
had.
had not.
Yes, it had.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Are you
I'm
sure?
positive. I'm positive.
Okay.
So
Okay.
so it
All right.
debuted at Cannes and it caused quite a stir. And after that there was all
But
kinds
what?
of
But
that's
I'm
why
sorry. I don't mean to talk. I don't mean to talk over you or interrupt.
No,
but
no, it's
I
okay.
have to ask this question. I just have to ask this question.
Mm.
Why would they show us what they showed us, which was clearly a work in progress before they showed it to Cannes?
No.
That's
No.
that's what I'm wondering about.
Oh, no.
Because we had temp score. We had temp score.
No.
We
No.
absolutely had temp score because I remember a very specific moment.
Okay.
That-
Here's the thing. When
Sorry,
they
guy.
showed us, here's the thing. When they showed it to Cannes, when they showed it to us, remember, and I remember the reason I remember this was because there was all this talk of cutting the film after
And there was
debuting.
and there was temp score from scanners in the film.
Well, we might have
because
seen.
you actually mentioned it.
Yeah. No, I would
as a point.
agree with that. I would agree with we
Sorry,
that
guys.
it hadn't
Sorry.
quite been.
No, you did. You made a big point of mentioning the temp score to Jeremy Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely.
That it was from scanners.
I totally agree with you there. I think it was
Right.
because when they showed it at Cannes, but the thing about it, when they showed it at Cannes, there was an uproar about cutting the movie, and the from what I understand, so there was a theater in LA called the Sunset 5, and they would show
it still
indie
exists.
films. Yes, it's
still
still there, but
exists.
it's called its own. Since it was Sundance, it became a Sundance theater.
Right, but it is at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Crescent Heights.
Yeah. So
It's where the back in the day when this was happening, the Virgin Megastore was at this place, and the Sunset 5 was the theater that was up above the Virgin Megastore.
yeah, it was fantastic.
At Sunset in Crescent Heights, and they showed a lot of art films. But this was designed at this night. There was they rented out 2 theaters especially to do a preview screening of Crash.
And for those of you who don't know, like no industry people were ever supposed to go to screenings like this, but we always did. Like
Right.
We figured out ways to go. I mean, we get tickets. We had a whole network of people.
Yeah.
And if something,
Exactly.
yeah. And so Dave and I, we were there at the Sunset 5, and we went and saw. And
With an entire row of our friends, including Eric Wallace, who is
Yeah.
the showrunner of Flash,
the Flash
Paul Salamoff, who directed
Encounter.
Encounter, which was the Saturn Award winner of Best Independent Feature this year.
Yeah,
Like
man.
an entire row of people, and what I remember very vividly is you and I were sitting right next to each other.
Oh, dude, yeah. Like I mean, I think you and I were more excited than anyone. And
No, yeah, we were.
so
This movie happens to us.
Yeah,
The movie plays and it happens to us.
and I was, because I had read the book, and I was blown
And I
away.
had not. I had
But
not read the book.
what was really interesting is that Jeremy Thomas, who produced, by the way, The Last Emperor, the Academy Award winning The Last Emperor, he was one of the producers on this, and him and David Cronenberg were standing outside. You like walk down these little flight of steps, and there was a whole balcony.
No, there was no steps. It was just like it was like the theater, and then we went out to the lobby. This is a very
They were
unassuming
outside
theater,
the lobby. They were
Sunset Five.
standing outside in that
They,
little.
no, they weren't. They were not. They were still in the theater.
No,
Rob. I remember
they
this.
were. They
I
were
remember
not.
this.
We had to go
No,
outside. They were outside, dude.
they were. No, we
I
did not
remember
go
this
outside. I
like
remember. No, Rob, you are remembering this differently.
No.
You remember this wrong because I remember. Because here's the thing, I remember this. So
We were,
this is
dude.
one of
We
the-
walked down the stairs, and they
Stop,
were outside.
stop.
Dude, I remember this
They were
clear
not-
as
they were
day.
not- No, they were not. They were not outside.
They were outside.
We were still in the lobby. Hold on, just give me a minute, because this is one of the big things of this is a marker in my life, and I remember we all came out of the theater, standing in the lobby, and we were talking, all of us, like you, me, Eric Wallace, Paul Salamoff, and the thing is, only you and I were physically vibrating and buzzing from watching Crash.
Which is true.
We were like,
Because
oh
we're
my
sick
god,
fucks, Dave.
right? And we were so turned on by the movie. To be honest,
Yeah, let's face it.
you and I were the only ones who were turned on by it. And I remember vividly looking over my shoulder, going, "Rob, David Cronenberg is right over there. We have to talk to him because we may never get this chance ever again in our lives."
That's exactly what happened. You're right, but
Yes.
they were outside.
Well, they may have been.
went-
I don't remember them being outside.
What you just said is
but-
absolutely true. So here's the thing. So the Sunset Five, it was a corridor and stuff, and we saw them, but they went down outside and they were standing there. Not just them, but there was like 3 or 4 other people with them. They were like in front, and
But
they were
we
standing
approached
outside.
Jerry Thomas and David Cronenberg
Dude,
fearlessly,
we
just going, "I don't give a
yes,
fuck who
that's
else
exactly
is around you."
I'm telling you, that was exactly what happened. You and I walked fucking right up to them, and
Yes.
I had met David Cronenberg 2 other times before this. He did a book signing in Westwood when I first
had
moved to
not.
LA, and
No, wait, Rob, we went to a book signing to Westwood after this.
no, but I went to one way before when I got my Laserdisc signed, his
Okay,
Japanese
okay.
Laserdisc. But yes, we did go because he
Okay,
he went back
okay.
to the same bookstore and did a signing. But so we
Okay.
went up to him.
Okay, because
And-
I remember that.
And here's the thing: the reason I know this was after Cannes is because all of this, controversy happened at Cannes, and the cutting of it wasn't going to get cut for America or not. And I went up to Jeremy Thomas, and I introduced myself, and I don't know if you remember this. I said, "Don't cut a frame." That's what I said. I was like,
Here's the
"Don't
thing.
cut a frame."
Here's what I remember, Rob. What I remember is, I remember you talking to Jeremy Thomas separately. I remember both of us going to Cronenberg and thanking him for making this movie.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did that. Yes.
I remember that going, "Thank you so much for making this movie." And then both of us saying, "Do not let them cut anything."
Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened, and it was so funny because, like you and I, like you said, brazenly, you and I went up
because
like
I
no one
remember
else was
saying,
doing it.
because I remember saying to you, going, "Rob, there's David Cronenberg. Over there is David Cronenberg. We may never get this opportunity to talk to him ever again.
Yep.
Let's go."
No, that was
And
absolutely. We did. Yeah. And it was funny. Now, here's the thing that I think is wrong. But this is how I remember it. I told him at this screening in 1996 that I had read Crimes of the Future. Because
I mean, you might have. I don't remember this.
Now here's the thing. I don't remember seeing him ever again. I'd met him 2 times before that, these screenings. Actually, maybe There was one more time you said after Crash.
I know.
Maybe
after
that was
Crash,
the-
you and I both went.
That might be. That was
We
the thing.
both went to Westwood.
Yeah,
for
that-
a book signing.
yeah.
A book signing.
Yep,
and
that
we
might
both went
be
there after
because I told him. I told David Cronenberg directly. I said, "Dude, I
remember
read
this.
I
remember
read
this. You
Crimes
read
of the Future. I read, and he was not happy. He was like, "How did you read it?"
I remember this. I remember it was at the book signing. It was at the book signing.
It was probably that he was not happy. I read the script and he wanted to know. I said, "Well, I'm a script reader for like William Morris and CAA, and I've been getting these scripts, and I read Crimes of the Future." So he's been telling everyone that he wrote it. So here's what was really interesting. So at Cinemacon, and I was the only one that went to the Neon. God bless you, Neon, for releasing this movie. So I went to the
and
Neon.
now we're finally getting to the point of this entire story.
So
which is this.
So I read this David Cronenberg script over 20 years ago, and to me, it was fucking batshit insane. But it was the entire culmination. It was everything that Cronenberg did in They Came From Within or Shivers, Rabid, The Brood, Videodrome, Scanners, Dead Ringers, The Fly, even Maps of the Stars. It was everything Cronenberg has done. Spider, his entire oeuvre was sort of wrapped up in a bow. His entire body horror philosophy or whatever was in this script. Now, people would say, like, Rob, his short film, Crimes of the Future, it's nothing like that. Totally different. And this script is it's so crazy. In a nutshell, it's in a near future where human beings are no longer feeling pain, and we are starting to evolve rapidly, and we don't understand it to more fit our surroundings. And people are spontaneously generating internal organs that no one knows what they do. And there is a performance artist played by Viggo Mortensen who, because he feels no pain, allows himself in a public forum to be opened up. And his wife, played by Leah Seydoux, removes these organs live for an audience and then tattoos them and turns them into great art. There's a lot more to it than that, but and the reason the movie is called Crimes of the Future is that the authorities have no, is this a crime? Is having surgeries done on your body publicly and removing organs, is this criminal behavior? So there is Gilbert, do not eat my, no. So there, no, Gilbert is, so there is a,
he's eating your mic now.
So it's like, is that criminal behavior? So the idea of Crimes of the Future is about crimes that have yet to be considered criminal behavior. And so that's what it has to do. But it goes on
Rob,
from there.
Guess what? You got hacked by Best Cams. Best adulting dating site. I'm just saying.
Tom Jr. Jackson
which goes along.
Which is kind of Cronenberg. By the way,
I mean,
Connie, the lovely Connie Sang says,
who I was hanging out with tonight.
No body horror in this film, but Rob, you still need to see Everything Everywhere All at Once. Yes, I do, Connie.
Rob, what's wrong? What's wrong with you,
bro? I've been moving. I haven't had. I trust me. This is the first time I've been able to sit in my like I have a light up.
And you're
kind of cool.
The half observatory.
The not half. It's good. It's
quarter.
It's not. It's
quarter.
This is if you can't tell, but behind me, I used to be sitting behind a wall like that was close to me. If you look back here, There's like 10 feet behind me.
Well, Rob,
And
you're
you
still technically you're still sitting behind a wall.
No.
The wall.
No, this is the whole thing. Dude, you know what I just got today? I got a new 4K 65-inch OLED, right? Just saying.
What?
Dude, wait when you come in this place, the sound system,
You got a 65
the
OLED?
the Dolby Atmos, wait till you see the speakers, dude. The Dolby Atmos system in this fucking room will blow you away. It'll blow you away.
I can't wait. And congratulations.
By the way, Goltz Raymond became a member of the channel. Mr. 47 says, is the black phone on sinister levels of dark and scary? Those Super 8 tapes are legit demonic. I'm convinced those were real snuff tapes. Okay. Mr. 47, I will say this. I really love the black phone. I thought it was really good.
I can't wait.
I thought for Scott Derrickson and Robert Cargill, Massa Worm, I thought it was a really good move. They went from making a $150 million Marvel property to making a very cheap horror movie that was brilliantly done. It was really, really good.
Brilliantly done based on a Joe Hill story.
Yeah, based on a Joe Hill story. And I thought they did a great job. And you know what's so funny about it to me is like,
I can't wait. I really want to see it.
Good filmmakers don't need tons of money to make great movies, and the fact that they, for whatever reason, I can understand why they might not have embraced Doctor Strange after seeing 20 minutes of it, because it was not what they do. I think
you know what? If anyone is going to quote unquote replace you, I'm sorry, I don't. When it becomes Sam Raimi, it's not replacing you. It's I'm sorry, it's trumping you, because as much as I love Scott Derrickson, I'm sorry, Sam Raimi trumps you by a lot.
But I think he'd be the first person to say that.
And look, he's got to be pleased. If you're going to be replaced, you're replaced by Sam Raimi. That's quite a fucking compliment with what you did with the first Doctor Strange. The first Doctor Strange is probably one of my top favorite Marvel movies of all time. Absolutely. I love that movie, even though I get it. It's Iron Man in a lot of ways.
I mean, it follows a certain pattern, yeah.
But I love the nuances of it and the trippy visuals and everything else that wouldn't exist if Scott Derrickson wasn't there. Scott Derrickson, of course, is an immense talent. We don't have to worry about him. Black Phone, we don't have to worry about him. This guy, he's going to be Scott Derrickson.
He's going to be okay.
He's going to be okay.
Our friend Tom Jr. Jackson says, hey, Rob, great to see you back. Well, thank you, Tom. You know, Tom, you are goof people. Hope all is well, brother. Got the Girl Can't Help It from Criterion, plus some other great physical media goodness. I have to say tomorrow in 7 hours or something? 7.5 hours. Let's Get Physical Media comes back. And I didn't get that. I got one Criterion title that I had to get because I couldn't believe it came out on Blu-ray. And I could retire my DVD. Whenever I can retire my DVD, I'm like, I have to do that quickly. So
which one was that? Give us a little.
I'm not going to tell you
that.
Nope.
No.
Oh.
Nope. Even I don't know, guys. Even I'm not privileged enough to know that.
Give you a hint, David. It's Criterion title.
Rob. Cool.
Dave.
Rob. So the past 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
We had Coachella.
Yeah.
Did you get to watch anything from Coachella? Because the nice thing is,
I watched Dave. Dave, there was one thing.
YouTube had the live feeds of the 3 stages of Coachella.
Okay, I have to say that there was one thing. There was one thing in Coachella. Yeah, one thing. Okay. That I thought was unmissable.
Okay.
And I think you know what it is. It was a 69-year-old man.
Oh my God. 68.
Oh,
68.
60,
not
okay.
69.
A 68. Well, dude, I always think 69. Far be it for me to, the aesthetics of it are great.
Which weekend? First weekend? First set?
I don't know what I watched.
Well, if you watch it not this weekend, but last weekend.
Last week, yeah.
You watched the second set.
Okay, I
If
don't
you
know.
watched the week before, you watched the first set.
No, I watched the weekend before. I watched the first set.
You watched the first set of Danny Elfman.
Dude.
My God. So did I.
Okay. I mean, first of all, if you have to explain to people in Los Angeles what Oingo Boingo means.
You can't.
So,
You can't,
but no,
really.
there's only one other band. Like if you're a K-Rock fan, there was Oingo Boingo and there was Depeche Mode, and Depeche Mode would play the Rose Bowl. I saw Oingo Boingo at Irvine Meadows, and Oingo Boingo was one of the greatest live shows. You know what? There are two bands that never get credit that I saw live that are amazing. One is In Excess. In Excess, I saw live.
Amazing.
Dude, with their horn section. In Excess with
incredible.
Goddamn Michael Hutchins. But
yes.
Oingo fucking Boingo, dude. Oingo Boingo as a live band. And I saw Oingo Boingo after Danny Elfman did Batman, and Pee-wee's Big Adventure and Edward Scissorhands. And
you mean after 89? After
yeah,
89.
because I didn't live here, and it was
and he was still doing it. He was still doing
and I was thinking I remember going to see Oingo Boingo. So why don't I remember the name of the album? It was the album with Elevator Man.
Okay.
Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. I'm going down. I love that song. Mm-hmm. And that was the Oingo Boingo album that I had. I don't know the name.
Oh, that was your last because the last album was called just Boingo.
No. I know, and that was the album that I got before I saw Oingo Boingo live. So they were on tour.
Wait. The last album is called Boingo.
No. I know, but the album that I saw them on tour for, whichever had come out had Elevator Man on it.
It might have been The Lights Go Out. It might have been that album.
Might have been, and it was fucking incredible. That live show. I mean, he wasn't just a band leader. He was fucking Mephistopheles, man. That shit was dope as fuck. I loved it. And we had great seats, because Irvine Meadows is a meadow. You're sitting in it was incredible.
Well, it's tiered.
It's tiered, and where
down.
we were like, it was like sitting in the best seats in a movie theater where your peripheral vision, you're looking right at the bed. It was so good. Oh my God.
The funny thing is this, when you say you went to Irvine Meadows which was, of course, look, Oingo Boingo was a Halloween tradition at Irvine Meadows for many years.
Yeah.
Until a certain point where Danzig.
I want to say I saw the last Oingo Boingo show at Irvine Meadows. You know what? I'm sure the internet can tell me the answer to this.
I'm sure people here are watching, but the thing is, at a certain point, Danzig took over Irvine Meadows and around 93, 94. Danzig Halloween took on Irvine Meadows, which won't mean a lot for everyone watching, but it's where Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party, Weird Science, that band used to play. Danzig took over in 93, 94. And then
dude, you know
Boingo,
what that was?
Then Boingo took over the Universal Amphitheater, again, something that no longer exists.
Check this out. LA Times.
You got it.
September 26th.
You got it.
1992.
Oh, 92.
Oingo Boingo's legion of fans in the Southland will have to make new plans for Halloween this year. For the first time in 7 years,
They have to
the
move to
catchy,
Universal.
peppy Los Angeles band won't be throwing a dead man's party at the Irvine Meadows Amphitheater. Band leader Danny Elfman said Thursday that he decided before last October's 3-night stand in Irvine that Boingo wouldn't be doing a repeat Halloween performance this year. Oingo Boingo had played at Irvine Meadows each Halloween since 1986. The band sold about 40,000 tickets during its 3-night Halloween run in 1991. Quote, "It's been too much of a tradition, and traditions are meant to be broken," Elfman said in a telephone interview. "It was our design not to be that predictable. To perform on Halloween means doing the audience version of what we're supposed to do." The Oingo Boingo singer said he had been reluctant to book last year's Halloween engagement, which the band performed without a new album from which to draw. It would have been too much of a hardship to the rest of the band members not to do it last year because of the lucrative paydays they would have lost, said Elfman, who has developed a successful second career composing scores for films including the hits Beetlejuice and Batman. I said, even if we're starving, we're not playing a Halloween show next year, they said, here lowering his voice in a tone of resignation. Okay. Elfman said he wants to concentrate on new material in Oingo Boingo's next round of shows. The band recently signed a contract with Giant Records and is about to begin rehearsals for another album that's expected to be released next spring or summer. If we went up there on Halloween and we didn't do all the old stuff, people would be miserable, Elfman said. I get lots of mail saying, see you on Halloween, can't wait to hear Only a Lad. That's like saying, please, Zeppelin, play Stairway to Heaven. Each one cemented my determination not to do it. I don't like to be a trained monkey on stage. It was just starting to feel like a 4th of July Beach Boys show. And the concept of that makes me really nauseous. So that must have been the last show I saw. Dude, that means I saw it 30 years
92.
ago.
You're saying 92. You're saying 92. 92. Yeah. Well,
dude, I got the DVD. I got the last DVD show of them.
No. That last DVD.
Uh-oh. Hang on, you froze. Wait. Dave, hang on. I'm going to disconnect and reconnect you.
I was at that show.
There you go.
Because
you were frozen there, so go back a little bit.
Oh, well, I'm saying I was at the 1995 last show of Oingo Boingo because at the time I was working at Full Moon with Rick Elfman, who directed Shrunken Heads for Full Moon.
Right.
Who is Danny's brother.
I went to Sigis with Rick Elfman in 1998.
Right.
And he wrote an article about my
drunkenness.
Oh, they weren't drunken.
Oh.
They were with the ladies. And he wasn't wrong. It was fantastic. Just saying.
So I remember Rick had directed a movie in 94 called Shrunken Heads for Full Moon Entertainment when I was still there. He came to me in 95 looking for a director's reel, and I said, you don't have to pay me anything, but you got to give me tickets for the Boingo show. And he delivered. He, like, to his credit, VIP Danny Elfman backstage passes for the very last Boingo show at the Universal Amphitheater in 1995. That was filmed, which is what you have.
That's what I have. Yes. By the way, can I just? Oh, you can't see him. I Gilbert and Tallulah have been coming in and out of here. It's amazing.
But they're so quiet, so it's great.
They haven't. Well, Gilbert. Where we live now, we live up on a hill. Like our land is up on it, and he barks out loud, and the echo comes back to him,
and it freaks him out.
He thinks he's barking at another dog. So he's literally barking at himself, and it's a weird, talk about a weird sci-fi concept. I'm thinking, there's got to be something in this. I keep looking for, like, what would it be? Like, what's the equivalent of a dog barking at his own barks?
That's a Charles Beaumont thing. If
I know it's a Twilight Zone story. I'm trying to make it work.
yeah.
I'm trying to make it work.
But the whole point of this, like going on this tangent of old Oingo Boingo, is that the past couple weeks, Danny Elfman did a show at Coachella that got that
Dude,
for a 68-year-old guy who did songs from his new album, his great scores, and Oingo Boingo stuff, got one of the biggest attentions of the music press, of like going, this is one of the guys who really killed Coachella.
Yeah.
Like mastered it, like killed it in a good way.
But
And it's like, it's Danny Elfman.
But it's not. I don't think that's surprising, because, we live in a world where,
It was surprising to him.
well, yeah, it was surprising. It was surprising to him, but
Even he got like totally stoked on it. And the thing is, like, after that 95 thing that I told you about, I went to Danny Elfman's private like Halloween party.
right. Well, yeah, because Rick Elfman used to throw a pretty good one.
No, Danny threw it. I went to Danny's
Yeah, I went one year to
Halloween party, and that's where I met several people that I still hanging out with now.
Well, it's interesting to me.
Luckily, of course.
Watching him. You know what I think's missing? We don't have, in terms of a large pop music contingent, we've got a lot of singers, a lot of vocalists, or they're the same thing. Why am I saying them different? But where's the bands, man? Where's the musicianship? Where's the people that can fucking shred on the guitar? Where is all that?
Well, Rob, here's the thing. These bands do exist.
I know they're
playing.
Chaosium is one of them, Dave.
They're playing they're playing now where you're just missing them. People watching are missing them because you have to look for them.
By the way, Connie, the lovely Connie, who has the cutest lips I've ever seen, says so many amazing shows at the Irvine Meadows and Gibson Amphitheater. Tenacious D, Incubus, A Perfect Circle, Audio Slave. Man, I loved Audio Slave, etc.
Really? I saw. Well,
I did.
mean, Audio Slave was a adjunct of Soundgarden, and
Yeah, of course.
And Rage Against the Machine.
Yep.
It was Chris Cornell with Rage Against the Machine.
I know. God bless him.
Look, and when they did the song Cochise, they did the music video of Cochise near where I lived at the time in Sherman Oaks, near the show, and they shot it at the Sherman Oaks Dam, where they shot Escape from New York.
Right.
So there were multiple nights where I would walk out when I was living there on my balcony and seeing this incredible, absolutely stunning fireworks show, not around any holiday or anything, and going, what the fuck is that going for? And then finally seeing the music video, which was directed by Mark Romanek, who is a genius.
Yeah, who directed Never Let Me Go, which is one of the great science fiction movies that no one has ever seen.
Exactly. And going, oh, that's where the Cochise video for Audio Slave was done, at the Sepulveda Dam.
Yeah.
So, there's I mean, there's so much. We got Coachella, we got Danny Elfman. I implore people to look up Danny Elfman Coachella 2022, because you'll get clips at least. You will not get the full set, but it's amazing. It's absolutely incredible.
Well, I mean, he's a true band leader.
But he's more than that. But he's more than that because
no, of course. But I mean,
Rob, I have to share this with you. So, not this past weekend when he played the second show, but the weekend before when he played the first show at Coachella, Mike Mendez, who is a director of films that
Big Ass Spider,
Grave Dancers,
Don't Kill It,
The Convent, and Don't Kill It. Very talented guy who I've been friends with forever, and who introduced me to Boingo and Danny Elfman. We were and we went to the last Boingo show together. We were there together. As Danny played this show, we were reminiscing, and at the end of the set of the first weekend, Danny goes, "It's been 27 years since I've gotten to play as myself."
Wow.
And Mike and I both go, "Oh, fuck, we were there." Because he was referencing the last was 95.
Boingo show.
The 95 show at the Universal Amphitheater where they played their last show.
Yeah.
And I was just like, where did the years go? For all of us. I'm like,
can I tell you a funny story about Danny Elfman? So my second job in the industry was working at Warner Brothers. And this was in 1989 and 90. And I had just come off of Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. And Lisa Henson, Jim Henson's daughter, was a senior vice president of production there. And she and I became friends. I mean, I worshiped the ground she walked on. And I don't know if they were dating or they just knew people or whatever. She knew Sam Raimi.
No, they were dating.
Okay.
Lisa Henson and Sam
they were
dating.
They were dating. So one day, Lisa Henson introduced me to Sam Raimi, and we went out and got ice cream together. There was like a kiosk where you could get food on the back lot. It was me and Sam Raimi, and Sam, says, "Oh, Lisa says you're a big fan," and he actually signed my Japanese Evil Dead Laserdisc, Beast Witches, and he said to me, "We're eating."
Well, that's great because he didn't sign your goddamn Evil Dead 1 sheet that I have.
I know, I didn't. Well, so we're eating, and he says to me, he goes, I'm scoring my new movie. Do you want to come to the stage? We're recording it. And I was like, okay. He was scoring Darkman. And so I go to.
I was gonna guess it had to be around that time.
And I go, and that's when I met Danny Elfman. Sam Raimi introduced me to Danny Elfman, and I listened to them record. And what was so funny about that was a couple of years later, I went to work for Tony Gardner, who did the Darkman effects, the makeup effects.
Army of Darkness. Yeah. Army of Darkness.
I worked on Lovecraft. I worked on Army of Darkness. I worked on the Swamp Thing TV show. I worked on
Swamp Thing.
Yeah, I worked on Sleepwalkers, and it was a great great job.
Rob, if you don't know, Sleepwalkers is literally right now celebrating its 30th anniversary.
Dude. So for those of you who are listening now that don't know what we're talking about.
And I really like Sleepwalkers. I really, really do like Sleepwalkers.
Sleepwalkers was the first original screenplay Stephen King ever wrote. And it was directed by Mick Garris and Alterian Studios, Tony Gardner. They did the effects. And one of the great summers of my life was being a PA, basically a glorified PA for Tony Gardner. I worked on Sleepwalkers and Army of Darkness on the same summer. And when I would go back to I was a runner bringing appliances there and meeting Machen Amick. Oh my God! I walked in and she was a vision of beauty, amazing. But here's the funny thing: I only got credit. I have a credit on Army of Darkness, not on Sleepwalkers and not on the Swamp Thing TV series. But I did paint. I have a picture of it. Tony sent it to me. I have a picture of me painting Swamp Thing heads for Dick Durock, on the show, and that was a hell of a summer, man. Dave, we've had a lot of fun.
I mean, we've had so many varied experiences in our lives where we really are. I mean, it's. Here's the thing, guys. It's so easy to get very even in and out of the business. It's so easy to get jaded about shit.
It's true.
In and out of the business. But I'm just going to say, think about where you are. Think about the interactions you have that you have privy to.
It's true.
And feel lucky and just, appreciate that. Because honestly, I mean, who would have thought? I mean, any of our experiences we could write a book about and people would go, oh shit, what
Well,
are you
dude,
talking? What?
Nobody would believe it. I mean, people have asked me to write a book.
Look, that's the title of my book. Nobody would believe it.
Well,
nobody would believe it.
My memoir, I already have a title.
Great title.
My title.
I know you do. So mine is Nobody Would Believe It.
Okay, my title is Another Unnamed Director in a Shameless Act of Self-Promotion. That's and by the way, the reason that's the title of my book was when we were in Cannes promoting Free Enterprise. It was not in the festival, but it was in the film market. You'd go to all these parties. Well, no. So I was up in the mountain, up in the hills above Cannes, at a very shishi party.
Up in the mountains of Cannes.
No, it was a very shishi party, and it was incredibly pretentious and stupid, and I was so annoyed by it. I was also probably monumentally drunk. So there was a beautiful,
probably, but that's what you're supposed to be at.
A beautiful pool and all this, and there was like Greek statues in the pool, and I get up on the diving board and decide to make a speech, and I was like,
"Oh God!
What I do right now is my film Free Enterprise is in the film market, and by the way, I'm like wearing a sport coat and a nice.
No, trust me. You don't have to explain that.
Yeah. So I give this big speech, and I'm like, what I do now is to get every one of you to come to see the film. And in my clothes, like dive into the pool.
Dive in
the pool. And some people I called for action. I was like, some people did dive in. And we were like, it wasn't a good idea after I'd done it, but it was fine. Some people dived in. It was fun. It was kind of fun. But here's my favorite.
Not quite the, It's a Wonderful Life. Everyone dives in.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like that. I'd say like 15% of the people died. Okay. So
50%.
But here's the best part. So the next day, Shatner's doing a press event, and someone asked him, and
what do you think of that asshole who dived in the pool?
Shatner, like, oh, so Mr. Shatner, you're a director, was at a party and dived into a pool and made a spectacle of himself, and the Shatner goes, dude, I was there. I was there. No, Shatner was there. Shatner goes, this is the best part. He goes, what did you think of it? And the reporter's like, well, I thought this was showmanship. It was good, and I liked it. And Shatner's like, it was my idea.
Perfect. Yes.
Like,
He's so smart to wait till after the fact. He's like waiting till after the fact to see what the reaction is, and then go, "Yes, it's my idea."
God bless him, and that's why
Perfect.
we love him. By the way, Stubble McShave says, when I was younger,
you take care of this for a minute, pal.
Okay, Dave, I will.
this-
I'll take care of it. You go ahead. All right, Dave, you're gone. Go. You take care of it. So, everyone, now that the Robservatory is basically functioning, it's not quite done, as you can see. I'm doing shows. We're gonna do Let's Get Physical Media at 9 a.m. tomorrow, which is what is that? It's gonna be 7 hours from now. That's gonna happen. And the Post-Geek Singularity is back, people. We're coming back. And I apologize. I say to everyone, it's been a long road. Anyway, we're back. I'm in a new domicile. I can do whatever I want here. It's gonna be great. I mean, wait till you hear the sound system in here. Not that I would ever play it. It wouldn't matter anyway. But so, yeah. Anyway, I want to thank all the members of the channel, all of you members of the Post-Geek Singularity community. We are back. We are up and running like Bud Brigman in the abyss. We're back online. And by the way, I got dogs at my feet. I mean, Sebastian the puppy is not here. He'll be back on Monday. But we've got Tallulah. There you are. We got Gilbert right here. We have sightings of giant dogs. And they look at me, and there's a back door, right, Tallulah? I mean, when I say back door, it's not a euphemism. There's literally a back door that the dogs can get to from here. So, anyway. So, Dave, I'm bringing you back on. It's all good. Dave, we need to end. Oh, wait, you're out of focus, Dave. It's kind of cool. Oh, there you go. I love watching you come into focus. Oh, my God. Now you're in focus.
I'm good.
You're good, Dave.
Okay. Yeah, we need to end this.
I need to
late.
go to bed, dude. I got to get up in
Yes.
7 hours with Dieter Bastian to do Let's Get Physical Media.
It's 2 a.m. Thank you for bringing me on. For this
Thanks for being here.
For this impromptu.
So are we once a month? We have to do Midnight Metal, a May Midnight Metal. Call it what you want. I'll pay you for it. Let's do it.
You heard that, people. He's gonna pay me.
I will pay you.
He owes me anyway. So yes, yeah. Of course. I came on this because you needed that injection of a little bit of spice, a little spice.
Dave, the spice must flow.
It must, and it hasn't been, and it hasn't been, and you're getting but I'll give it to you. You're still getting set up, so it's okay. The midnighter need a little spice.
Dude, I got the gun show. Come on, I'm working on that. Working on the guns, man. Come on.
Keep working.
That's not bad.
You keep working on that, pal.
What?
Yeah,
that's pretty good for a guy my age.
Well, look, we're all our age. We are all our age now, and let's keep working on it. And hey, thanks for hanging on, guys. For me interrupting this shit. So
I thought it was good. All good, man. I mean, this is all fun. It's all fun until someone starts crying, and we're not crying yet, Dave.
There's gonna be a lot of people crying.
I want to thank the Post-Geek Singularity. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank my moderators that didn't probably know we were even here. I know that Tom Jr. Jackson is here. He is Goof People. And so thanks, Tom. I don't know who else is here because I don't think anyone it was going to be here. It's been so damn long.
Connie is here. Thank you, Connie, for
You know what?
so many things tonight.
You know what? I'm going to make Connie a moderator just because.
No,
She's a moderator.
don't make her a moderator. She
Why
doesn't
not?
want to be.
It doesn't matter. She can bring down the band hammer if she comes. And so,
Well,
you know,
she
I'm
can
more.
bring down the hammer.
I'm more worried about her. I don't want her to be disrespected. So if someone disrespects her, she can be like, "Ka-chunk, goodbye."
Cool.
Anyway,
Well,
there you
that's
go.
cool because
Oh, there you go.
she will never be disrespected. But again,
Not by us, but I hold her in the highest esteem.
I know.
So yeah.
I know so much more than you know.
Okay, that's all good. I mean, you want me to tell you I have a crush on Connie Sang? I do. Why not? Everyone knows that. Elizabeth knows that. It's all good. I'm all good. Who's not?
She's in Germany. Elizabeth's in Germany. Hey.
Actually, she's been. We've been texting the whole show. Send her pictures.
Boring pictures. I mean,
no, they're awesome. They're awesome. I don't.
Are they below?
Dave,
are they below
hang on.
the microphone?
I don't take boring pictures. Have you looked at my Instagram feed? Come on. And by the way, for those, do you know who does not subscribe to my Instagram feed? John Campia. So for those of you, RM Burnett, come on now, subscribe to my Instagram feed.
He pays you. It's fine.
Yeah, well.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for letting me hijack the Midnighters.
Well, it's been a good show, Dave. It's good to see you. Good to have you back. When can we do a Midnighter, you and I?
A real
A real Midnighter. I mean, we're now into May 1st, Dave.
Wait. When can we do a Midnighter? Never.
Midnight Metal.
Oh yeah. Well, when you pay me, that's when we can do that.
Oh my God! Listen to this guy.
You owe me two.
I've paid you. I paid you.
No, you haven't.
I paid you.
You haven't paid me for the first one.
I paid you. I had to pay you to get you to come on the first one.
No.
Let's go back to the tape.
Yeah, let's go back, guys. Anyway, we'll be back. We'll be back soon. If you want us. But again,
they do. By the way, Dave, before you leave, Stubble McShave says, when I was younger, Jimi Hendrix was seen as almost like a guitar god. Nowadays, he's almost completely out of the conversation. His status in pop culture is heavily diminished. The same goes for the most legendary instrumentalists. Stubble, I don't think that's true.
Wait. The same goes for the most instrumental.
Yeah,
legendary instrumentalist. Who is that? Is he implying it's Jimi Hendrix? Wait, the thing is, he poses something and yet doesn't bring the proof.
Well, no, I think he's positing.
Bring the facts.
It's not about proof. He's just asking a question. I think he's not wrong. I mean, I think that the world we live, we used to prize, dude, a great guitar riff. Come on, that was the shit.
Hendrix is legendary. Is he the end all be all of guitarist? No.
Nope.
That's
you know what? I have action figures of each, but this guy is even better.
Well, you have Prince.
You
have Prince. Yeah. And I agree. Prince is better.
Yeah. But I mean, Hendrix
as far as a guitarist goes, influential. Look, either both Rob or I actually would have to play an instrument to really weigh on that.
Yeah, but okay, I agree with that. David Shazam.
But we don't.
But I think Stubble's point is interesting.
Astute.
No, in the sense that, like, look, I think we live in an age where everybody wants to be equal, and I think that unfortunately, It is an age where people who haven't done shit want to be considered equal to people that have done shit. And it's bizarre to me because nowadays I think there are people that are happy to take credit for doing things that they barely did. And I don't get it. Like, I would never want to do that. I think our generation was based on the fact that we were given rewards based on the work we did. It's a different world, Dave.
I will leave it on a timeout, Rob, in the sense of, do you mean people who want to take credit for something that they actually did creatively, or their opinions?
No opinions. I mean, I'm talking about people.
Oh, okay. The people who their opinions is an entirely different story than actually people who express their opinions on the creative side, who can actually play guitar or drums or any instrument.
Yeah. No, it's
a very different game.
It is. Well, listen, Dave. I
Yes.
think we should end this here. We're going to do another Midnight Metal, official Midnight Metal. I want to thank you for extending this show and making it long, and it's great to be back on YouTube, so thank you for that. And
I just hope it got you enough super chats and money that made it worth it for you to stay up this late.
Dude, I don't do it for the super chats and money. You know what I do it for? The ego boost, the incredible ego boost. Because by God, as an old man, I'm fading into irrelevance, Dave.
He does it for the virtual handy, guys. Just know that.
No, I give myself a handy later, Elizabeth, and
it's never as good as the virtual handy.
I don't know.
That's what you guys have been providing right now.
No, not quite. Not quite. You know. I won't elaborate on that.
If you say so.
How's it going? No, it's all good, dude. No, this is all fun. It's all fun, dude. Why?
It's all fun and games. It's
until
all
someone gets hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
On that note, Dave, I want to thank you for being here.
Thank you, Rob.
It was good to
Thank
see
you, everyone. Thank you for tolerating me, guys. I know some of you absolutely hate it. Thank you.
But they love it.
I hate it, but I love it.
I wish I could find that CD. My God. Oh, well, one day. Dave, I bid you a good evening, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings from across these, the 28 known galaxies, this has been an episode of Midnight Musings I couldn't have imagined. We're now into, is this hour 6? I mean, we've gotten 5 hours and 11 minutes. I don't even know what to say. What I do know what to say is, this show's time has come. It's time for me to go to bed because I will be back with Dieter Bastian from Saarbrücken, Deutschland at 9 a.m. A special time, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Join us, like the Evil Dead say. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank my moderating staff, as I was before saying, Tom Jr. Jackson. You are all goof people. Thank you so much. I don't know who else was here. Assuming Tom was the only person here, I want to thank Gotts Raymond, became a PGS Hero member. Mario Lopez. Hey, he re-upped his membership. Thank you, Mario. First of all, Mario, how's your mom? You know, got to ask that. So thank you guys. I don't know who else I missed. But Connie Sang, she was here too. Either way, I want to thank everyone for the kind support via Super Chats and tips. Thank you so much. And the Burnettwork, now called the Post-Geek Singularity, we're back, man. It's all about this community. I will be seeing you on a pretty much daily basis, doing all kinds of stuff. If you have not found our podcasts, I've been doing a daily podcast while I drive to John Campia's house, No Longer House studio. And it is called Road Trippin' with Rob. It's on wherever you get your podcasts. Check it out. It's pretty funny. I drive. It's not that it's funny. I'm driving and musing along as I go to work for John. And, I think we get into some fairly erudite discussions. Check it out. If you like it, tell me. If you don't, tell me too. But look that up wherever you get podcasts. It's called Road Trippin' with Rob. And on that note, oh my God, I have to say, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I would say to everyone, have a better day.